Are you ready for a brand new season? Cycle 4 Season 10 will begin on January 17th at 2. The new season means there are new legendary items to collect, which includes the C4 S10 set, glasses, parachute, mask, cover, AUG, and more. In addition, players can use the new titles archive system to view the number of times the title has been acquired, highest completion progress, which seasons they were obtained in, and more. We've also added 4 new titles this season: Phenom, Almighty, Medic, and Summit. And we've added a star display for the Conqueror tier. Every 100 points bumps you up 1 mini-tier and adds a star. Also, season badge records for Season 1 through Season 19 have been updated. So, what's your tier goal this season? And will you make it? Let us know in the comments. Best wishes for ranking up in the new season.
Great news! Metro Royale has debuted a new map. It's called Misty Port. This map is not only full of resources, but is also home to exciting battles. Additionally, the map has added zip lines and stairs to make moving about easier than ever. Also, to improve the player experience, we've added new bosses to the map. Try it out now.
Just give 'em hell. Oh yeah, I say just give 'em hell.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaannya. pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba, 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
To the final day of the week, this is the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard 2023. Together with me, Sir Cloud, and the amazing Choo Choo. And what a week it has been, but today it will be the decider before we reshuffle all the groups.
Yep, we talked about this yesterday, where this is going to be the final day of first week. So everybody who hasn't got their self not pushing to the best, this is the time for them to actually do it. They don't have that much time anymore when it comes to week 1. This is the time they want to actually put everything on the table. If it's still experimental, well, you have to conclude everything and just push it out today. We talked about yesterday, I think it was FOD that kind of performed as well. And we had so many teams taking over, also West Point Mamba, who've been pushed down previously.
Yeah, West Point Mamba no longer at the number 1 spot. But what is always the number 1 is the beautiful skins of Neon Assassin's Power that is currently available right now. We got 4 skins available. You can check it out on screen, but I'm sure it's going to look even better inside the game. So you got to check it out inside the game as well. Get the skins. You don't know if it's going to be limited, if it's going to be coming back. So might as well get it out and keep it forever.
Yep, whenever there's a new season, there's always going to be new skins. So keep your wallets ready because it's going to be limited edition as well. Only during this time of frame of period that you can get it. Especially, I'm loving the Silver Guru set where can you also get the gun skin as well. The cosmetic is incredible even though it's a Silver Guru set. But this is a rocking Silver Guru.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Especially when it comes with one of the most popular weapon in the game. The M416. Yeah, I gotta get one of these. It looks amazing, I must tell you that. But, of course, for you guys who already got it, do create content, tag us. We'd like to see how it looks like as well. And, yeah, show us. Maybe it comes with some animation. But this is also very, very new.
Yeah, but when you guys see before us just now the preview of the sort of skits It's also the commemoration for Bruce Lee. So, you know what? It's kind of true. Just have faith in yourself. The only person that's stopping you is going to be yourself, as well as our martial art master said so. And they are joining in PUBG Mobile. And don't forget to follow us on our socials.
Yeah, our socials, fan pages all around. PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Philippine Esports, PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile My. And on TikTok, we have PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile.esports.sg. And on YouTube, there's PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile Esports, and PUBG Mobile Malaysia all around. But we're coming back to business.
Yeah, in case you guys haven't actually had have a clue about what's happening for this season, we have 5 matches per day starting from Wednesday to Sunday. We have 5 group when it comes to the Wildcard C for this spring. So it's going to be 5 matches per day as well, where we're starting off with Sunhawk, Double Wrinkle and Double Miramar, where we only have the top 16 to play during the playoffs.
Yes, and they are eyeing the prize pool of $40,000 and this season as well, we will have a different point system whereby the chicken dinner will receive 10 points, second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7 to 8 1 point, 9 to 16 will not receive any point at all.
Yeah, it's very punishing when it comes to this new season. Also, when it comes to the weekly bonus point, it's going to be the same as the previous season. The one that changes is just in-game, but the one that we'll have to carry out later on is going to be the same, where we have the weekly 1 bonus point and weekly 2 bonus point will be the initial bonus point towards the finals or the playoff, where we have the first place still 20 points instead of 10 like in the game, but down to the 20 we only receive 1 point. This is going to be our participating teams for today as well.
Yeah, we have at Group A, Younger Galacticos, KE, and we have G-Lab, and we have Axis. In Group B, we have SKR, who's currently on top. We have Osja Esports, Vipers, and we have Phantom Reapers SP. At Group C, we have GE, APG, we have Enigma, H2O. Group D will be Burmese Ghost, DX, we have Playbook Esports, and Flash Vision Esports. Group E will be Falcon, FOD, Sin, as well as West Point Mamba.
Now, speaking of SKR, yesterday they have been demolishing a lot of teams there. We talk about run and gun. Marcus has been such a big part for the team, and their teamwork is just such a cohesive team. When it comes to West Point Mamba, yesterday wasn't their good day at all. Even though Michi is gonna be the head-to-head between these two players, but West Point Mamba really have to bring it today. But when it comes to the head-to-head here, average elimination, we have to give it to SKR so far. They have been using so much utilities as well. 100 over. That's gonna be half of what Michi have to offer.
Oh yeah, the difference. Just look at that. But anyway, what's of course most important is that SKR is currently on top. They managed to dethrone both FOD as well as West Point Mamba, who held the number 1 and number 2 spot for most of the week. And they even get themselves a 12-point gap.
That's true. And also KE, the only team that still haven't secured any chicken yet. Like we mentioned, no chicken, never a problem for them, especially this season, because how it just occurs as a bonus point instead of elimination, where elimination plays such a big part. That's what SKR has been showing us. But the teams down the second page, this is going to be really a whole lot of work to do when it comes to the final day in week number 1 here. Axis, BG and Switch Point, they have to climb up really high up there.
Yeah, I hope for the best for especially teams on page number 2 to at least get a chicken dinner. But for Sandhawk, which will be our first map for today, do keep your eye on these teams. The top performers in Sandhawk, we have KE and Enigma, and we have Osja Esports and West Point Mamba.
Yep, when it comes to these teams, you have to keep your eye out for Sunhawk, where we're going to starting off for our first match of our final day in week number 1. And don't forget about the reshuffle for next week. The grouping will be very different based on their performance this week as well. So it will be impacted them directly when it comes to their performance in week number 2. But for KE, we're still waiting if they can secure themselves at least a chicken when it comes to Sunhawk.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to next week's reshuffle because this week's shuffle, West Point Mamba, FOD, they're the same group, so it's interesting, I must say. But who knows? Next week they could be paired together with other powerhouses like FOD or KE. We'll need to wait and see. But for Sandhawk, which we will be watching in a bit, KE, no chicken, no problem. Currently at number 3, and they are playing SKR is not within the top 4 teams to watch. So this is kind of like a message that KE might have a possibility of taking the number 1.
I have a feeling SKR, when it comes to Sanhok, they don't really want to focus at this particular map so much, because whenever it's Erangel and also Myanmar, that's where they shine the most, and it's easier for them to actually find the players to be eliminated, because how well it can get when it comes to Erangel and Myanmar, it's more hectic if you ask me. There's more brawls going on compared to Sanhok, which is a bit slow, even though it's a smaller map. If you compare it with the other 2 maps, but Sanhok a bit more safer, a bit more cautious when it comes to these teams to play.
Yeah, so and plus we do have some changes in Sanhok, like the blue zone is a little bit more damaging, hence teams cannot play the healing game, so they need to readapt that, plus the point system, so there's a lot of things to reconsider inside of Sanhok. So maybe some of the teams are still trying to find their footing, but so far from the top 4 teams that we've seen that we should be giving attention in the upcoming Sanhok, well, kudos to them, they managed to do it.
Yep, we're gonna going back to our matches for today, which are gonna be starting with Sanhok with A, B, C, D, where no team E will be played there, which gonna be SIN or Sin, West Point Mamba, Falcon and FOD. So this is gonna be the group of death sitting out. So I do want to see how it will fare of Sanhok without Group A this time, but we're gonna jump into double Erangel and double Myanmar afterwards.
Oh yeah, so the one and only Sanhok is going to be played. And of course, again, today we're going to find out who's going to top the group after week number 1, and then we're going to do the reshuffle. So that will be something to look forward to. Now, SKR, 12 points gap, but looking at the stat, KE looking pretty good. But other than that, other than talking about like top teams, right, I really hope for the best for like the bottom teams as well. I do hope that they can at least take home a chicken dinner before the campaign ends.
You know what? Yesterday has been, you mentioned about the teams that taking chicken dinner. In yesterday's prediction, a lot of them actually feels a bit off. So speaking of today, do we have to drop the prediction? I feel bad for the team because yesterday I predicted the whole day for West Point Mumbai. Things didn't work out quite right for.
Well, we still gotta do what we gotta do. So gotta drop it like it's hot. And here we have, okay, so, our prediction's very different. I gotta have KE in there. The stats don't lie.
I agree, but I do want to, you know what, SKR has been performed yesterday. It's one of the reasons I put them in. PBE got the potential, but I do want to see if Axis can push a bit more further for today.
Oh yeah, Axis, they already got their chicken dinner yesterday, so they opened their account, and after they got their chicken dinner, they looked a little bit better. So maybe it's a sign as well that they might do better here today. So let's wait and see. But I also look forward to the performances of, let's say, Burmese Goals, H2O as well, DX. DX really suffered yesterday. So hopefully they'll be able to find a footing here today. Of course, Sanhok is going to be a very different map. I expect a lot more close quarters combat inside of Sanhok, and a lot more DBS users, of course.
Oh yeah, DBS. Speaking of DBS, you saw how fast the team swaps over the moment they want to push into a certain compound, right? It's just everybody is, the moment they got themselves M416, you know what? No, DBS all the way. You saw even 4-man DBS all day long when it comes to our first map yesterday as well. It was crazy. I mean, like, these guys, they don't have any care in the world anymore. It's all about elimination these days.
Oh yeah, it's all about elimination, because we saw how much that will bring onto the table with this new point system rework. So will it continue on the DBS rampage? Let's go head on into Sanhok.
Into Sanhok we go. Will be a bit conservative play like how we used to see, or will the final day of week number 1 push these guys to the limit and force them a bit more aggressive? And we do know for a fact that it's so hard to find the first aid in utilities for healing these days. So I feel like it's best to actually just go for the eliminations.
Yeah, of course. Looking at how the teams are, that seems to be the trend. So keeping my eye on a couple of key areas. Yesterday we saw Tainan being contested by 2 teams. APG was one of them. But this time APG chooses not to go there. They choose to drop in the areas of ruins / Tambang. So no challenge in there. looking at how everyone is dropping, I think everyone should be okay. But what's interesting is Axis. They have a very big open drop at the bottom. Just next to them is another team that's going to be SP. So SP is like surrounded by two teams. Very interesting.
I'm not sure about SP these days. Like they are quite okay when it comes to rotation wise. They're very smart and intelligent and wise, and very witty when it comes to selecting certain rotations of not being picked up. But you know what? Never mind. Speaking of PBE, I hope my predictions are right this time with Ranked taking the first blood here. And VE losing a bit more man a bit too early.
Ooh, and they lost a Ranger, their most experienced player. So that's not looking good as a start for FV. But good 1 point there for PBE. Yesterday, how we saw them, I believe it was like the last game or the second last game, they went all out trying to get elimination points, and they really, really want to catch up. So I guess this could be one of the signs that, okay, we're not stopping yet. We want to break that momentum from yesterday. Elimination points will be our goal. Put aside the placement points, and looks like a good start for them if that's the plan.
Yeah, that's true. PBE, they got the experience. They are veteran enough to actually know what's going on. But at the same time, what do you think is lacking when it comes to... I have a feeling that sometimes they're a bit too reckless and aggressive when it comes to the last few rounds. They kind of got caught in between and just having to clash with more than two teams, sometimes even 3 or 4 at the same time.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing about if you don't want to start the fights. Yes, you may or may not win, or maybe somewhere in between. But after that, you need to be careful of third parties. So there are certain instances that, okay, they were so focused, they take out another team, but then in an instance, another team arrives and they just weren't ready for that third party.
That's kind of true. That's the thing about PUBG Mobile, the beauty of it. You can never expect anything at all. Sometimes there's surprises. Sometimes it's a blessing when you cannot expect there's another team coming by and being your saving grace. But GE, now GE yesterday's last match here was brilliant move coming up from them when it comes to that Myanmar map. They got themselves quite a vintage point of prime spot that really nobody can touch them. But can they do it when it comes to Sunhawk? And H2O is another team we should look out for. They're not really in that comfortable zone just yet, but they need to secure themselves in the top 16. But you mentioned about TX earlier. At least this time they're having a good start, not having somebody to pick up. But SP on the other hand, why did Jigsaw ended up there alone by himself swimming? I'm not sure if he can survive longer.
Yeah, I mentioned about SP as well. That drop was very uncommon, I would say. Dropping in the middle of nowhere, whereby you have two teams around you in regular drop spots. So Jigsaw's kind of caught out. And it looks like Zen does know that he's there. Jigsaw trying to stay underwater as much as possible. Hence, we see his health dropping. He should be able to make it across. But does he have enough loot? I doubt so. The way they dropped earlier on, the most they would get is like loots from small shacks around.
That's true. And one more thing, I'm not sure how PXN actually have with his equipment just now, where if he got himself quite a decent scope to work with, the moment Jigsaw just docked himself, it might be a bit of a problem of how open the space is. But for Ozja, seems like we have a bit of a broil between Enigma and Ozja quite early on.
Yeah, Ozja, high ground, but they should be okay here, considering that the circle still favors them, so no big reason for them to push this yet. Astro X probably just warning shots, but it should be alright there. Oh, but not this.
Look at DBS. It's going to be DBS game when it comes to Sunhawk and newbie. Approaching with an M416, that rifle will not cut his corners, definitely right, because the moment you just enter in, that DBS will blow in your face. Chico happens to be getting that information, trying to corner the other person down, giving extra support for H2O. But H2O, they're quite segregated among themselves. I'm not sure if they have any plan or just waiting for somebody to pass by.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. It's like just wait for somebody to pass by, hopefully open the door at the wrong timing, and use the DPS. And that's how the Sanhok gameplay is, right? You wait behind the door, someone opens up, and you say, hello, happy new year. They go down, you get the point, and you say happy birthday.
Happy birthday. It feels like happy death day during that, not birth anymore. You being reborn, yes, but it's going to be in the lobby. It's not going to be in the game. GE! Now, moving in unison, marching as a four, trying to slowly approach towards wherever their next checkpoint will be. But Spooky and Rainze might be having a DBS brawl quite early on. Look at how they have to place themselves one person on the elevations, giving extra support and maybe just eyeing out whoever tried to approach this compound. But Spooky, I'm not sure if QB can actually, and as well as Cooper, can actually give an extra hand in case he needs it on time. Feels like Renza kind of get the idea there's somebody nearby, but feels like he's going to part ways quite early instead of forcing the fight on.
Yeah, I think he has some info because of the gunshot from afar. It feels like someone's supporting somebody inside of one of those houses. That's why he held the nade, thinking of like, okay, should he go in or not? But maybe the call from his IGL was like, okay, no, cancel the plan. Let's just get back up to the high ground because there's no real need for them to siege down that compound.
That's kind of true. It's quite unnecessary in this first stage or the first circle. We do have 35 seconds and less than that to actually, for the players to transition themselves into a different compound on their next checkpoint entirely. Because the blue zone shrinking and PBE, they made a good call by rotating within 30-second window frame. But Enigma still taking their own houses here on top of Corey. Just going to share over with Ozja. Renza, I'm not sure who shot him down to that certain amount of health point. I don't think he got himself first aid that much as well. He might be using just band-aids for now. But it just shows that they need to loot up more for the state of Ozja. They don't have enough if there's happen to be another team passing by here.
Well, I guess no real need for him to use the first aid for now because he's quite in the clear. So might as well use like just bandages and save the first aid for later. I would assume that the shots came from the other side, from some of the OJS players who were supporting that player that was in the compound. So it's more like, okay, we're here. There's somebody, you know, you can get shot. So just go back up to your nice family on top of the hill.
I'm surprising. There's still some teams actually playing around the boat. It's going to be BG. You mentioned about them earlier. We saw Marnet yesterday almost clutch the entire team, but close enough, not having enough men. But we're going to have a really tricky circle to deal with here. Comprises of all 3 islands. Now, where do they pick? That's a bigger problem. We do see a lot of teams coming up from the peninsula, main peninsula, but the one coming up from Cam Alpha probably just going to be 1 or 2 teams. YG, Marnet and WT going as a duo with Sundo supporting at the flank as well. Feels like they want to go in, but they're a bit hesitant right now for YG.
Yeah, the circle is just evil this time. Yesterday we got a lot of good circles.
Yeah.
General circles, but yeah, it's nice to start off with a little bit of an evil circle. It's like rolling a dice, which part of the island that you want to be in. But Skynin, he doesn't want to be there. Kaya gets a knockdown.
Oh, it's going to be Skynin not be able to save. I think it's going to be okay for them. They're sharing the same house anyway, but they have to be extra careful. Vafi decided to actually toss another hand grenade towards them. Very close by here, but I'm not sure where are the rest of our viewer. We do have another visitor for GE who happen to be fighting against WT here. Where is YG players? Where's Marnet just now? And we have H2O passing by. GE, they have to pick their poison, whether left or right, because they're kind of confused for Ichi. YG Sando tried to help WT a bit too late right now. Marnet getting it on the flank side with Master Ichi going down on his knees. Romeo Boy trying to open up the space. We have too many teams at the same place.
Too bad Ichi gave attention to the wrong side. Should be focusing on to YG instead of that moving car. If only he did that, maybe they would have been able to at least come up with a 50-50. But now looks like they're in a bad position and GE becomes the first team to go out.
A bit confused just now. They were distracted with the sound of vehicles passing by H2O. If not, they might actually won that one because they already got one person knocked down. But Ozja, they're going for the rush. They're going to go for the flush for FVE. Oh, they're changing over to the side of DBS. Aris, I don't see where there's going to be a happy ending. But Renza coming up from the flank, giving support fire. But they didn't spot out the rest of FVE on the sidelines as well.
Yeah, the rest of them behind, prepping the ramble, but oh, okay, that's a stun grenade there! And a nade from Roll, taking 2 from Ozja!
It's gonna be a golden nade just now. Skynin did so much work, but Roll actually did so much work for FVE, but here comes this spot out, he just rubbing chins just now. Moxie, oh man, Roll, a bit too late, but still managed to secure it out. One more team within such a short amount of time. Feels like Oja losing their spark right now.
Well, the good thing about having a DBS is that you don't need to worry too much about aiming. You just need to like kind of be there and you get it. But looks like the circle favors ruins entirely, so we will see all the teams migrate there. We only have one team coming from Camp Alpha, so Burmese Girls will be fine. But I worry for teams coming from the area of Boot Camp. There are tons of them there.
Yeah, but not just that. Those come out from Camp Alpha towards the right side. Not directly on the north, but wait for it. PBE.
Oh.
What is happening? Moxie changing over to the DBS and also Ro helping on the flank. Feels like FVE is on fire right now.
Oh yeah, they are. They're enjoying their DBS gameplay. Mon Boy together with Amon. How are they going to get out of this? Rankit. Looks like Raimon wants to save him, but it's a little bit of a risky move if it does. I mean, DBS and Raul is really close. Oh man, Raimon needs to win the fight before he can pick up his teammate.
Oh man, this is kind of hard for them to pick the teammate. Roll! Here's two out in the open plane. And Roll secure himself right inside. But the thing is, PBE, they have to actually expose themselves across that wall. This wall is really the wall of death for them if this didn't work out. Lucky enough, KE just distracted FVE on the other end. And FVE have to just put back their attention to what's in front instead of the back. PBE, this might be a perfect time for them to build and reset. But feels like FVE is not aiming it. It's going to be Vipers from afar.
Well, I wonder who sent out the RSVP because all these teams definitely accepted it. A party's happening in this compound. The L house, they call it. And now Mon Boy on the other side need to reset. Rankit is currently down, being picked up. KE waiting for the right moment. But at the same time, Vipers on the other side, being a nuisance.
Vipers being the third party all day long against PBE, and all the teams are fighting and pincering each other just at the edge of the circle on the northeast side. Moxie needs help from Roy, but at the same time, Roy have to save himself. It's all about survival here. KE slowly pushing in. They kind of ham for FVE. With PBE, they cannot get out from this compound. They cannot get out from this house. The moment they try to pick out, it's going to be Vipers taking the advantage as well. Rankid cooking up the nick, trying to toss over the window of where FVE stands. But they have to be extra careful not to overexpose themselves because KE still have not a clue about where PBE stands.
The good news is that they're on the circle, so that's fine. But I'm a little bit worried for Vipers because they're on the other side of the island. They need to find a way to get onto the Ruins Island, but the nade after nade, trading back and forth, round going down. This could be an opening for either side.
Also, we have Enigma fighting against another team. KE on the other end decided to just set this one quietly first and let Vipers deal with PBE and FVB at the same time. FV, man, they're kind of stuck in between. What SKR? You do have SKR eyeing out to the side of TX with Enigma been dropping like flies on the other end. It's not done and dusted as Vipers start to move. They have to cut across into ruins, but passing by FVE and KE and PBE at the same time. Feels like they want to gatekeep these three teams in the inner circle instead of just brawling it out and cutting across them in the middle of the crossfire.
KE's having a 50-50 moment right now. Do they go? Do they wait and become the gatekeepers? What will they do? But Rouse is again knocked down to Rankit, and now this is the moment for Flash Vision to move in. They are coming in as a duo. Raimon, waiting for the right moment. Raimon!
Oh, that DBS. Nasty work there. Raimon getting another one. Easily not even breaking a sweat, but not too much here. Moxie taking on Raimon, the same concept that he does. Now VE being eliminated next, but PBE cannot be in the same spot yet. They're not out of the woods as they need to reset. But KE, you know what? They decided, since Viper's bailing this one out, you have to get into the center of the circle or get into the inner circle first before being gatekept. But PBE, the Blues shrinking in. They don't have enough time. KE having another go against Viper for the round 2 here.
Oh, lovely movement by KE. Just ignoring that house and move up to the high ground. Now they can be the gatekeepers. Viper may need to be careful. Raimon, unfortunately, will go down to the zone. And Nate on the side of KE. So Vipers know that KE is on top. Kaya knocked down onto Rain. Viper's still on the outside.
Davan is eager to actually go and push forward. Sean trying to make sure everything's covered from the flank side. Nobody's backstabbing and PBE having a tough time to reset. They have to sacrifice Ramon for that. Marnet taken down by Enigma at the same time. We're looking over Vipers, who's trying to push slowly forward to his side of KE. Devon repositioned himself towards a bit of elevations. They have to be extra careful. H2O might be backstabbing from the back as a third party. The J have to actually pull back all the way, going for a fallback position for Vipers. They realize that they don't have enough. Well, they have to reassess the situation, reposition themselves to fight against KE head on.
Yeah, it's a disadvantage for Vipers because they have to climb the hill. But looks like Yagu Galacticos is out as well at 12 place, 4 elimination points. Only 4 points in this round. But it's not too bad actually, considering that they're 12 place. APG, they'll be chilling inside of Ruins. Gonna be unchallenged for sure. They're just gonna enjoy the elimination feed running.
It depends on the net circle. If it's going to have a hard shift, well, APG still going to sit this one quietly. TX on the other end got the center of it, and my gatekeeping XKR and Enigma at the same time. While they have to cut across each other, QB forced to move with AKM in his hands. So randomly shoot by Cooper. That DBS will not save him. He got Yahiko, but no T1 4K actually shot him down straight across. And Marcus trying to open up the space for the rest of the team to push to the side of Enigma. They have to be extra careful for TX later on, but right now they're focused mainly on the side of Enigma. Spooky try to open up space for Cooper, but Caps managed to just being at a good point with QB as well. But Marcus a bit too far from the rest of the team. Now reunites once more because they spot out Axis coming up from the back line.
Oh, look at this. Look who's taking care of the high ground. It's going to be naughty from SKR. They'll be happy to collect those elimination points if possible. But at the same time, G-Lab passes by. Not going to be a threat. They're going to be okay for now. SKR in a good position with the high ground, but they need to plan the next move as they're playing by the edge. It's likely that the circle will not favor them.
I don't like how G-Lab positioned himself there. Kind of a risky move in the center of everybody else crossfire here. They have to swim across to the side of Ruins to where APG stands by H2O. Feels like PBE Momboy, solo player or no, he doesn't care. He just wants to go for the eliminations. KE pushing in towards the H2O as well. Two teams eyeing out for Labo. This is quite tough for him to actually call it out. APG coming from the back line. Feels like Labo needs extra help, but nobody is there for him as he is the last survivor for the team. Shaw will bleed out to the side of the blue zone. Devon grits it out with that one hand grenade.
Ooh. Oh no, looks like Enigma is out as well. But at the same time, bad news for Devon. The zone is closing in. Devon, he has a vehicle though, but not the right time to use it. Needs to wait for the right moment. Labo gets away. Labo now super duper low burn down, but taken down by Laban.
Devon, the last player remaining for KE, still survive and run and gun. APG got really comfortable here. They got the elevations. They got the view. They finish off Devon. Teeve, there was a nice, sweet one extra point bonus for the side of APG. That was an easy one, not even breaking a sweat. But G-Lab, on the other hand, they might gatekeep APG while they park themselves at the ledges here. I questioned their movement before, but their transition was perfectly for them in this circle. APG has to swim across. It's going to be a bit of a headache for them, while TX and G-Lab also Axis marching to the side of G-Lab. Now, if they're not aware, APG might be soon with this without anybody eyeing them out.
Okay, they have a vehicle, so they send 2 other players in front just to open up space. So now they have information, where can they play. But for G-Lab, they could be overlooking Ruins, waiting for the rest of APG to come out. They need to be careful there. SKR, however, we need to save exit. They should still have enough time. The zone is closing though. But at the same time, Dragon goes down to May from Burmese Goals. They're starting action on their side.
Lucky enough, Axis didn't notice about SKR at the same time. Just to focus on BG. Burmese Goal at the time being. Marcus tried to open up the space so they can revive Exit at the same time. But nobody's helping him right now. I'm not sure if they have the smoke to actually go in. Nobody actually eyeing up to the side of Axis. Chi-Chi screaming for help while Newbie and BG trying to take them down, but Axis coming up from behind. It's going to be SKR. This is going to be the bane for Axis for not finishing SKR straight from the start.
Oh, nice rotation from SKR. They are making a little bit of a U move, going from the southern side into the circle. They need to deal with Axis. Axis is currently crippled. This could be their moment to take advantage of that. And yes, they will by taking out Virgil.
Cripple, hammered down, and just sandwiched. This is going to be Axis kind of stuck in between is such a tough ordeal with BG right across them. SKR coming up from the back, slowly pushing in. SKR being spotted out by BG. They shifted their attention to the side of SKR and BG now. Axis in between, among the crossfire between these two teams is slowly closing them down. Marcus closing really fast there and making sure Axis have no room of a breather. Nasty still bleeding out. Alberto will not be safe. Marcus sealed the deal over with no T1 for OK. Still hoping for somebody to help him out. SKR, they're running and gunning, but Newbie close to finish off. G-Lab bowing out early on.
Gracious jump shot that was, but now the action is going on back to back. Burmese goes just eliminated another team, and this could be SKR. But anyway, they managed to get 9 elimination points before they go out. Coming back to APG, they are still in the circle. APG in the circle while maintaining all 4 of their players.
Kid try to heal himself and revive his mate at the same time. Find the need to just hover around MH and May. They are at the brink of the blue zone as well. They need to make a move as the blue zone shrinks even further. May, they don't have enough space for Burmese going. Can't spot him out. The moment he's trying to rotate himself inside of it. MH, I feel like that nade will not buy him time as BG have to bear out with a safe. With also at the edge of the blue zone. There's no way in for them. The Axe on the other hand, they had a bad start today, but feels like they might have this in the bag with Aaron. Greater Shroud with that nade. A huge one for them.
Yes, that could be their opening. Just look at the positioning of TX at this moment. They are well spread out, but they need to finish out their opponents behind. If not, cover fire will come in. But at the same time, the zone. This will be the final moment. The zone will entirely close. APG pinned down. APG, just look at their position. They do not have space to move.
Sonic, they need to take out Sonic, who actually being the bane for them the entire time. The torn on the side. Aaron repositioned himself, tried to scat out to the side of the kid, and also Shroud. If only they can take him down, it's going to be a bit more space for the side of APG, but Hanger will not allow it. And they are crouching and slowly lurking around in the eyes of APG. The blue closing in, so much pressure. Can't manage to shut down on Sonic. But it's not going to be enough. He needs to move forward. TX really on the playing field against that of APG, losing this. Down to only need the last player. Hang, refresh himself and try to just open up more, but that's going to be it. TX finally get himself first chicken of the day, having a comeback after yesterday's loss.
After yesterday's performance, DX is finally in the house, opening their account with a chicken dinner inside of Sandhawk. And this was the team at number 17. Amazing move there by DX. And it's great to see teams at the bottom actually stepping it up now.
That's kind of true. And TX, this is what we wanted for the last day of week number 1, where the ones are actually on second page, the one actually not in the top 5, pushing whatever they can do in the last minute here with nothing else to lose. They know for a fact they need to step up, and this is the right time for them. Hopefully they got this momentum the entire day, setting the tone when it comes to our last day of first week here before the reshuffles begin. TX finally, we can see what they have to offer this time.
Oh yeah, look forward to their performance. They were a little bit unlucky yesterday, but right now they managed to get the chicken dinner. This is great. Can't wait to see how many elimination points they got. And at the same time, the one they took out was APG from the same country. So that's an extra bragging right for DX.
Yep, especially when you come from the same country or same region, yeah. These guys, they have been brawling each other and having those screams quite a number of times. So they are more familiar, especially when it comes to the last few circles. It's so advantageous if you're fighting against one of your countrymen or also the same region, as you are familiar and already get used to how they're going to rotate. That's going to be the advantage coming from TX. And they have been waiting for this time for the longest and finally make it in. How will it fare when it comes to overall ranking? Will it be enough for TX to push themselves forward? It all depends down to the last of the match of today. But still, Sonic, you open up so much space for the team just now, going towards a flank and holding that angle for the longest time. Finally paid off and fruitful for the team.
Yeah, I do agree. His flank was the biggest reason they won that fight. The opening there, when he flanked, he got one knockdown, and immediately the rest of his teammates just rushed in. 3 elimination points for Sonic, And TX, of course, with the chicken dinner, survived the longest, but not surviving with the full squad the longest though. But it's okay. At the end of the day, it's the results that matter. Joining them is APG, SKR, and KE.
APG, they've been staying quite a long time when it comes to ruins, so it was well worth it to actually stay there. Same goes for TX, they were being blasted in the center of the circle when it comes to the 4th stage or the 3rd just now. So lucky enough, they're not too reckless when it comes to making decisions, not too hasty about pushing forward. They're taking their own sweet time to think about, you know what, it's not worth to actually jeopardize their entire team to just overpick with face checking. Might as well just wait it out while people passing by since they got themselves in a circle. So that was a really smart move coming up from both Team TX and APG.
And here we have it, the highlights from round number 1 for today. So the circle is really iffy. The moment the circle popped, we saw it within 3 islands and even the second circle as well. And then after that, we started to see that it goes towards the ruins island. So that is where teams really migrated, and that's where all action started.
Now, this is what I mentioned earlier about PBE, right? They started off really great at first, but because of their contention after contention and just hastily tried to finish things off and run and gun too hasty, that kind of attract too much attention to it. They got clammed up and being sandwiched too many teams at the same time. That they have to divide their attention towards all different angles entirely and got caught up in between. If only they just have a bit of a patience, it might be turning off results is going to be different. But when it comes to TX, it was well-weighed patience. Well, they got themselves 6 elimination. Nobody got themselves double-digit elimination by far. So this is where the chicken actually plays a big part.
Wow, look at KE. 11 elimination points, but only 1 rank point. Just shows that how much value the elimination points bring in this new format. But too bad for Vipers as well as Austria Esports going out in this round without a single point. Hopefully they'll be able to come back the next round. But TX, Chicken Dinner, 6 elimination points, brings them 16. I would say it's very well spread on top.
That's true. And speaking of SKR, even though they didn't get themselves a chicken, but they still maintained the top 5 in the last match, that will solidify their first place or taking the crown jewel of the spot here at 163. Now, that's going to be quite a number for them to catch up for KE. I'm not surprised how SKR and KE still maintain a top 2 spot. They have been playing very aggressive, but I like how they're retain their aggressiveness, not to overextend it sometimes. When they're a bit too low, they're just taking a fallback plan and just, reset themselves, refresh for a bit.
Well, it's nice to see that DX joins the Chicken Dinner Club, and they managed to get themselves, although they're still on page number 2, but, well, you can't complain if you go up in the overall charts, right? Still looking at G-Lab, PBE, H2O, BG, and as well as SP to get their own Chicken Dinner. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them today, because it's always great to celebrate teams on page 2 getting chicken dinners.
Yeah, it feels like an underdog performance the entire day, but these guys are not really underdogs anymore. We're talking about how experienced they are. They have been in the scene for one of the longest times still, but the thing is, what's stopping them might be just that wall they have to break through. As G-Lab just now was still a great performance. Yes, TX got themselves a chicken, but G-Lab, they have just a minute of difference. If you compare with the top 16, there's no way to feel safe at all down to on second page. Even the first page, when it comes to number 1, 2, 3 spot, is still reachable for all the teams in first page. Same goes for the second page here, where the top 16 cannot be comfortable because the gap is not that big either.
Yeah, the gap's not that big. I do agree with that. So anyone can still pretty much swap on top. And plus, we still have a lot of games. Not to mention, next week is another week as well. And also, what's important is that we are looking for the top 16. That is the number 1 objective. Second objective will be the bonus points, but that's okay. As long as you get into the top 16, you always have a chance to be the grand champions of Wildcard.
It's all about consistency, really. Just that key all day long. But also, you guys don't forget to follow us on socials when it comes to updates, because there's going to be a lot of updates in the recent news and a lot of gossips if you want to. And certainly, if you got yourself content and fleshing out your brand new rare cosmetics, just take us away in our TikToks, our YouTube, in any region you are. There's going to be PUBG Mobile everywhere for your pages. It's going to be Philippines, MY, SG for PUBG Mobile, .esports.sg if you happen to be in TikTok, PUBG Mobile Philippines, or if you got yourself a Facebook, don't forget to drop by the PUBG Mobile MY fan page. You do have a PUBG Mobile Esports for the YouTube as well. Now, when it comes to a Erangel performance, you know what? KE and SKR, they're everywhere in every single map. Except for the last map, right? KE wasn't in top list as well, but SKR is just like everywhere.
Yeah, SKR is everywhere and well deserved of that #1 spot. KE is catching up though, but after this Choo, our two powerhouses, our two heavyweights, for most of the week, West Point Mamba, 5 of Danger will be playing, and FOD happen to be one of the teams to be watched in the next round in Erangel.
Yep, it's gonna be A, B, C, E, where we don't have Group D, which is gonna be TX, BG, PBE, and FV playing. FV just got themselves momentum now. They have to sit this one quietly and just wait it out and see the rotations. But you do know that when they swap of a group, well, you know what? I can't wait to see the shuffle, because it's gonna change the dynamic of and rotation of the teams entirely. There's a lot of clashes again when there's a reshuffle of groups. But speaking of the next match, since we don't have Group D, TX, BG, PBE, and FVE playing, who do you think will actually take it for this round?
Ooh, wow. Okay. I want to say teams on page 2, but yeah, rather than try to remember, yeah, what I predicted, here you go. Well, SKR, they are playing in this round, so you cannot not have them. Not going to lie about that. But if any of the, I wouldn't say page 2, but any of the teams that I would like to see come up a little bit more, Vipers.
I agree. Just now, Vipers kind of popped up when they got themselves as a third party from afar, but it's just we can tell that sometimes the prediction of a circle is just not in your way and happen to be moving away from the side of Vipers. But for me, KE, now you pick SKR, so I'm going to pick KE because these two teams are very similar to each other. How aggressive, they're all about the guns, they're all about running gun. But GE, based on their performance yesterday with Myanmar, I do love how they position themselves in a very witty situation. And they are very smart when it comes to position themselves in a place where there's a crossfire, big crossfire happening. I want to see if they can deliver that again in Erangel. For Falcon, on the other hand, I feel like this team have the potential, but it's just something that's stopping them. They just need a bit of a push.
Yeah, they need that push. Well, what better push than telling them that, hey, today's the last day before we do the reshuffle, so you might as well go all out for it, right? So hopefully you'll be able to collect more points, especially through eliminations. We saw earlier just now, like, what team was that again? That one team that only got 1 placement point, but got like a ton of elimination points.
It was KE, I think.
It was KE. All right. Yeah, I think so as well. So just look at that. That's a prime example of how much elimination points are valued in this season.
If it's not KE, it's going to be SKI. Just between these two teams, that has been really confident when it comes to their technicalities and their firepower. But like I mentioned earlier, I love these two teams, not because of how aggressive they can get, but how they know when to be, how to fall back sometimes. I realize that whenever they start to fight, they try to have a bit of a check out or look out for their teammates as well. Like, are you sure that we can go in? Do you feel like we can go in or not? Like, looking at them like pretty low HP, they either buy the space by giving warning shots, or they just pull back entirely and just reset themselves and have it now to go. They're not the teams like what I realized coming up from example here, PBE. They keep forcing it too much. They didn't have time to reset in the first place. They have the firepower, yes, but sometimes falling back doesn't mean you're defeated, but sometimes you just need another push after that.
Yeah, just need all those push, right? So I would also like to take a moment to shout out to our lovely viewers out there as well. I know a lot of them are watching from India even. We have one of our very loyal viewer from India. His name is Zio. So he's actually watching right now. So shout out to all of you. Thank you so much for supporting the English stream and supporting the Wildcard teams as well. We truly appreciate your presence.
Yeah, we love you guys so much. We kind of miss you guys. It's been a while we're actually sharing a desk and get to cast for PMPL for the longest time. The break was real. I mean, like, since the last PMGC until now, it took them quite a bit of time to redo everything with the new format. That's one of the many reasons why they're being pulled a bit draggy. But It's nice to have you guys. Don't forget to like and share. Don't forget to follow the socials as well. And don't forget, you guys are watching with us, which are going to be Choo Choo and SirCloud. Don't forget to follow us if you guys want to. But if you have any feedback, we'll be more than happy to hear so. But back towards the game here, we're talking about a wrangle. Now, this is going to be our first wrangle of the day, but it's going to be the last day when it comes to week number 1. If a reshuffle happens and they happen to be falling into the group that they don't like, especially imagine if SKR, okay, SKR and also KE happen to be falling into the same group. That's going to be really aggressive.
Yeah. SKR, maybe KE. I mean, we can't say that it's impossible, because what if one of those teams like drop? Because the group is going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if that team drops to like a number 6 for some reason today, and then next week we'll see every game you will have SKR and KE in the same group? So we can't say that it's impossible just because like they're next to each other right now, because what matters is by the end of today, what position it is, that is the one that's going to determine the group.
Yeah, that's going to determine the entire league if you ask me, because some teams, example, if SKR and happen to be sharing with KE, imagine the other 2 teams, and those teams are the teams that don't really like the aggressiveness, like example here like SP or SRN or even TX. They have to share the entire week with KE and SKR. That's going to be doomsday for them. They can't get away from these teams. And at least right now, SKR and KE happen to be in different group entirely. They still can avoid those kind of skirmishes that force fights all day long. But if it happens to be next week, and that's also a strategy, Cloud. I mean, like, there are teams that we saw, why they're not performing last week. Maybe they purposely want to be falling off in certain group if they can be mastering that sort of, we can push back a bit, just pull back a bit, just to be sure that we can be in this certain group in the week number 2.
Yeah, it's like they kind of plan like, okay, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then okay, this team is in that number, and if I were to flip it on the other side, I would be the same group as that team. Well, we'll never know all these thoughts that go behind all these players, right? But of course, next week is going to be even more important, so make sure you guys don't miss out on next week, because next week not only we'll see the reshuffle, at the end of next week we'll see 4 teams will say goodbye for this season.
Yeah, 4 teams will be relegated if they don't get things right by next week. They have only 5 days per week to actually play, and now when it comes to week number 1, we almost wrap things up, where today is going to be the last day. If you guys don't know what time it will be, it's going to be starting off Wednesday down to Sunday, okay? There will be 5 matches per day, 1 Sunhawk, double Mirangal, then double Mirama, and 5 groups per day will be playing. Each group have 4 teams. Now, speaking of the next one, we won't be looking at TX, BG, PBA, and FVB. Now, the thing is, we do see a bit of stepping up occasion coming up from the other teams. Example here, TX, which putting their momentum a hold because they're not playing this round. But other than that, we saw how H2O tried to a bit more proactive. I saw H2O a bit more early when it comes to rotation wise. They're a bit more proactive moving around the map, but it's just they happen to be in between the crossfire every single time they pick the time to actually rotate themselves.
Yeah, I know, right? So it's always about timing sometimes for H2O. Somehow they come in between teams a lot of times, so hopefully they'll be able to find that rhythm for themselves. In fact, H2O, just a fun fact as well, Choo Choo. So H2O, one of the players actually texted me today before the show, and then he was saying like, thank you for mentioning them, like especially teams on page number 2, they truly appreciate the mentions.
Aww.
And we genuinely always, if you guys watch us since forever, PMPL season 1 maybe, you guys will always know that we are always rooting for page 2 teams. So page 2 teams, you guys got it.
But that's not the reason why you purposely don't want to be in the first page, okay? Be sure that you get your best out there as well. But speaking of the other teams, I do want to highlight as well, is going to be a BG. Now, BG feels like BG and YG, and also a lot of G teams here. Just to recap what happened in Sunhawk just now, YG, they had it going at first, but they were attracted to H2O. And I think it was in between, who was it? Was it KE or GE just now who got distracted? I think it was GE that kind of obliterated the entire team. That's the thing, sometimes we said they might have to focus on what's in front, but the thing is they have no clue that this is going to be the other team. They thought it's going to be the same team driving over their backside. That's why they should switch over their attention to the other. But that might be a bit hard. That's why it's so important for them to actually get a compound. When you're playing in open space, you hit another side of the back, you'll be paranoid. Like, is that the same team or that a new one? Is there anybody else coming in? That kind of sort of sensation, you know?
Yeah, it's always the iffy feeling, right? So that's why, and of course, especially like in Sanhok, or maybe now in almost every map, because considering that DPS is the thing, right? The moment someone opens the door, you get the first shot, that's it. Confirm the person will be knocked. There's no way of getting away from it. Unless you miss the shot, then that's a totally different story. But if you get it, and even with a DPS, you can knock down up to 3, I would say, back to back before the fourth one maybe gets over you. But 2 or 3, I think that's amazing.
That's more than enough. But the thing about DBS, yes, it's great. Please put it back in the airdrop. But
yes, please.
The
it's
problem
time.
is, you want to reload your magazines. It took you a bit time. And you using DBS 1v2. If it happens to be in the same angle, it's okay. But it happened to be on the back line. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a tough call for you to actually clutch that one now. We saw that coming before. But we don't want to waste any more time. Less than a minute. We do have Erangel. Now, we're not surprised if DBS is coming out again. Because DBS is like everywhere these days. Except for Miramar, maybe not so much. But Erangel, I mean, like, this is where all the clutches begin.
Yeah, Erangel, the El Clasico map. My goodness, this is my favorite map of all right now. I don't really favor Sandhawk just because of how iffy the circle can be for teams. Well, to a certain extent, I like that too. But anyway, Erangel, we know we all love our military base. We haven't seen it yet so far, so hopefully we'll be able to get some action there inside our military base. We want to see the bridge races, maybe some bridge blocks. It's been a while since we saw it. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. But the circle, of course, it must pop up there first before it's able to be shown to us. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Erangel it is.
Back to Erangel. This is where everybody can shine, and the choppers will escort these players to drop themselves from the plane to their respective drop point. But the thing is, when it comes to Erangel, it's always about the circle, because the circle sometimes can be really cruel, and we do have a bit of a favored northern side of flight path coming up from Milta Power up to Zaki. Just ignore Zaki. No circle will ever land there. But if it's contradicting, we might have an SMB circle here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it. Okay, I'm feeling it. All right. I'm sure the players will be like, no, casters, no, don't give us that. But come on. We have a lot of nice circles yesterday. Why not, right?
I mean, if only we have the power to control the circle, that would be great.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't.
If we do, I will draw it at Zaki.
If
like,
we
finally.
Do. If. There's a big if there. But right now, we do see some teams are... it's going to be the same old drop spot most of the teams there. But the circle, the moment it pops, that's where we're going to see a bit of a hectic transition for the players, especially when they don't have vehicles. And imagine if it's going to be southern part of the circle, that's going to be a really headache for them to get to whether to go through the right side or the left side of the bridge as one thing. But it's going to be a general circle. It's going to be the Medusa intersection circle. It's going to be the classic sort of a circle.
Okay. No surprises when it comes to the circle. But I'm keeping my eye on some of the teams. Look at H2O. They're opening up really, really wide, trying to get those vehicles. And that's what happens if the flight path skews towards one side. Like, you need to get vehicles to get to your drop spot. So that's the risk that they take. But good news for H2O, what the players survive. But I can't say the same for APG. The kid goes down.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. West Point Mamba really cruising this one. Look at how he just casually cruising with his boat. Taking his own sweet time. Not having anything to work with if somebody shot them down. Because they do know there's not many players or teams actually dropping around SMB or even Novo. So they're taking their sweet time to even have a reverse. Wow.
Yeah, they can even like, "Oh, okay, let's reverse, let's go front, yeah, let's reverse." But yeah, I guess they know that they're on the clear. They're confident because of how the flight path is. So as long as they go like, oh, as far as possible, as far as they can, jump off from the plane from the flight path, they'll be okay.
So far, hopefully they will be okay long enough before we start to say that's not okay anymore. But on the side of SP now, this is the team that we still wait for them to actually get out from their nutshell to actually explore something. But they haven't given us any surprises yet. Ozjaw, on the other hand, they were brilliant the first 2 days, but then slowly they start to have a bit of a slower tempo and slowing down the momentum. I'm not sure it is just hesitance talking to them or just overthinking at the same time. But they're always trying to force fights early on, so keep your eyes out on this team because their grenades come out from Skynet, so it's remarkable. H2O, we mentioned about them earlier. Now they're a bit segregated. I'm not sure who shot down Miles down to only around 20% of HP left, but they won't be having to face any problem anytime soon. Things that nobody wants to share their compounds. A lot of the teams have their respected territories marked by themselves here.
At least they're still well and okay, dropping into the waterhouse. Not many teams would prefer to drop there just because how difficult it is to navigate through the water. But if not many teams do that, that means the waterhouse is kind of safe. So that's kind of like an okay place for them. And plus their name is H2O. Waterhouse, H2O. Well, we all know that.
Couldn't live too far from the water. That's something that H2O has been holding on to. But Falcon, this is another team I want to talk about. We do have a lot of team hovering around Jogopol, by the way. I think it's like around what 3-4 teams. Feels like it.
Mhm.
But Falcon, I mean, like, this is a team that kind of feels in the middle bracket. They are ups and downs. They are on roller coaster mode. If you compare Falcon and FOD, right? I mean, like FOD playing as well here. FOD and Falcon have sort of the same vibe, but FOD is the upgraded version of Falcon.
Wow. In what way do you say they have the same vibe?
About their rotation wise, about how they sometimes don't force things too much. They wait when it's necessary to take fights, but it's just, if you compare head to head between Falcon and FOD, it feels like Falcon sometimes, it's just technicality wise, fundamentals. FOD just have it better in that certain area. They have sort of same mindset, but it's just that's minute technicalities just matter so much when it comes to this tournament.
I'm not gonna lie, I've always wanted to say this from day one, but FOD has one of the most attractive hairstyle of all. Just look at John's mullet with the gold hair. It's amazing.
That's gonna be the hairstyle bar for them. That's why they're performing way better than some of the teams here. They are on the top 3 if you compare with all the 16 without Group D playing here. But back to its SP, feels like very quiet, relatively calm before the storm as always when it comes to the first circle. When it comes to Wrangle, you should have your eyes out when it comes to third and fourth circle. The third circle will determine where will the last few circles be. The fourth circle is where the great migration is going to happen. A lot of teams will force to clash either way. But SKR, they're quite spread out thin here. We're talking about exit. Feels like they would be the scouter right now to make sure that there's anybody else coming out from certain corners just to make sure they can have a clear pathway if they want to migrate into their next checkpoint.
Ooh, yeah, SKR. But so far, so good for them. And right now, because they're like the #1 spot, their main objective is probably just to stay alive before other teams. Like, as long as we can avoid other teams, we'll be okay. We're a 23-point gap. It's at this current standard, it's probably about 1 game's worth. So it's okay.
It's I mean, like, catchable for the teams on second and third place. It's not that too far off, as well as Enigma and West Point Mamba. They need like 1.5 games. It's more than enough to actually push themselves up to the top 3 anyways. But right now every team is trying to reserve their gunfire as much as they can, because in Battle Royale, in any game of Battle Royale, it's such a massive map, so many teams out there. The moment you start open fires, that's where you be the compass for the other teams. You attract all this attention towards your side and digging yourself a grave that you don't want to happen, because that's how the players rotate. Sometimes, yeah, they do have the checkpoints in case nothing happens up to the third or fourth phase. But if it happens too early, when you didn't actually try to avoid the unnecessary fight, you're just gonna attract all these teams to go towards you because they want that bloodbath. They want those elimination points because one of the many reasons and more reasons to do so because the chicken dinner points is not as much as before. So the elimination points will secure them and solidify their placement when it comes to overall rankings.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be the magnet. You don't want to be the one that attracts people to you. You want to be the one that start the fight. You want to be the one that goes in first when the player destroyed. You have an idea how you want to do it, rather than someone coming to you and you're not sure where their position is, and there's a lot of complication from there. But speaking about complication, H2O, complicated moment for them.
This is what we mentioned about H2O earlier. The timing of rotation is just so off.
Ooh.
It's just such unlucky and unfortunate for them. Chanlone spotted our H2O just running in, and they have nuclear that's already not vacant anymore, occupied. The entire team of Falcon, they're just walking into the death hands of Falcon here. But D2Y, close enough to being just knocked down. Cloud, on the other hand, will revive himself and refresh. Same goes for Chanlone. This attract Enigma way better. And GE stepping into as well. Two teams under gunfire. GE take away. And just being they won the housekeeping team. Cleaning off the floor, wiping it off. Falcon didn't have time to reset. And now they are in the same spot as H2O were.
Third party, let's go. And GE eliminates Falcon. 3 elimination points match picked up by Falcon before they go out. But this is what I've been talking about, right? Like, because of how important the elimination points is, that's why teams really appreciate doing third parties. But, oh, the circle, very interesting. A hard shift towards the southern side.
I have a feeling we might end up on top of Farm and Milton by the end of the day. It's always that sort of shift anyway. But we do have West Point Mamba just hovering around the bridge. I feel like they might actually engage with either Ozjar Esports and Enigma. Aspie happen to be just dropping and passing by as well. Look at how concentrated the center of the circle is. Everybody wants the center because they know for the fact the hard shift next one is going to be hard to read out still, even though it's always focused on the mainland. But they are chances who might end up right on top of that bridge as well. And speaking of H2O, it happened again just now with their routine. I'm surprised they didn't actually send out a scouter to look over that compound first.
Oh, yeah, not too sure about that. Or maybe they just want to make it quick, but sometimes it's very, very risky if you just like go out and, not really checking your corners and all that. It's just too dangerous. But anyway, I'd like to take a moment to say hello to Martin Prince. He's actually giving us the hello. So thank you for watching, guys. We truly appreciate the viewers.
Is that the real Prince Martin of Brunei?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Now
That happens. I
I
mean,
don't
like,
know.
yeah, come more often, buddy. But thank you for dropping by. We really appreciate it, though. But back to the SKR, spotted out Axis. This is the team. You don't want their love and attention to yourself. It's SKR. We talk about SKR and KE all day long. They are hunting down their praise.
Oh, and it has to be Axis. And Virgil is out in the open. SKR at the high ground. It's almost no way for them to get the Virgil. But SKR seems to be moving away, so that could be an opening for Axis to pick up Virgil. But Axis, can they do it? Because right now, a lot of teams are moving. And with the kind of circle, we expect a lot of movement. And with this kind of circle as well, we have like what? Playable area of 70%, meaning that teams will be moving. If Axis were to pick up Virgil, they have to do it quick, especially with Sid behind them.
Yep. What I'm thinking about is going to be APG. If they want to cross over, they were on the boat just now, if I'm not mistaken. WPM waiting for them to actually breach, trolling all the way. But the one actually not inside of circle, they are the ones that actually got the airdrop, including FOD just now. So the airdrop happens to be favoring those actually not inside an inner circle. That's surprising, because usually the airdrops always drop inside. It's so hard to see it's outside this time. So whoever come in and rotate late is actually not so much of a misfortune. It's actually a blessing as well.
Ooh, okay. Let's see if it's a blessing in disguise, they call it. No disguise here for GE, as this has been spotted out by Vipers. A nade onto Zai, immediately retreats back to west. Well, retreats to the east side, but then to the west. Well, his name is West. Okay, let's not confuse ourselves.
Like how there's a player called Cloud. I'm kind of confused
Yeah.
sometimes. Do I call you? Or do
I
I
know,
call the
right?
player?
I know, right? I'm confused myself.
But
Am I
you-
playing right now?
Maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Hmm.
I mean, like Vipers.
See you in the wildcard.
Vipers happen to be sharing the same sort of fate with H2O earlier. Now they're kind of stuck in between of GE. I think there's going to be SKR possibly. They're actually eyeing them down as well. But Axis, they flee. They fought SKR earlier. FOD will be the next contender. But the moment they leave from that compound, from that area, it's going to be G-Lab waiting to spray and pray. But they return. They return the fire.
Wow.
My God, that barrel control.
And they managed to knock him down. Wow, amazing. It's not easy to drive and move and shoot at the same time. It's hard. You guys need to try it out yourself. It's difficult. But for you to manage to get a knockdown, perfect. Beautiful. This could be an opening for Axis to take over the compound, and they seem to be interested. Let's go, Axis.
I worry at the moment they hop themselves 3 players in one vehicle. That's really risky to do. But Newbie, he opened up the smokes just to revive Dragon. In the meantime, we do have Axis trying to push into a side of Newbie as well. They do know for a fact they knocked down Dragon. Straight away hop down. But the thing is, they are split it into 2-2 for G-Lab. Axis, they have to have Nasty on the back line. But he got shot down by FOD. Axis, they need to build this one. They are in open field of crossfire. One of their scouters coming up from behind. Nasty being shot down here. This is giving away a lot of information for Axis to just build this one out and go for disengage. But they're still committed to take down on G-Lab.
Ooh. Nasty just had to show his shoulder. Like, it was just like that 1 inch, and he got shot down. But speaking about down, circle goes down further. I wish it was a breach circle though, but looks like it's not going to happen. I'm a little bit worried for APG. Look at down south at the bridge. APG will be gate capped by West Point Mamba, and they're outside the circle. That's bad news for them.
Yeah, that's what I worried before about APG. They were taking a boat just going to SMB, and now they have to go through another hurdle of loop. Which are going to be fighting against West Point Mumbai. SKR arrived. G-Lab Dragon. They just managed to reset him. SKR baby just happened want to go in for more. But SKR, the whole cavalry is here. G-Lab behind them. Oh, what happened to the fight just now? Man, we're hovering around to West Point Mumbai, where we do have APG. They realize they've been gatekeep. They go for swimming option instead.
Yeah, I guess that's the only option. If not, there's pretty much no way for them to get across. Unless they zoom across, but that's like super risky. I think the swim is the best. But now we're back to GE. Action, let's go! GE opens it up with West with the knockdown.
West getting on one FSP. Jigsaw, next one. He got his crosshair a bit of a blunder. But West still managed to clip him quite a number. But West finally on his knees. Panda and also WS2 occupied with Chi and Zai. Jigsaw secures this one on the back line, but the others not so well. With that DBS, managed to take one down. Feels like GE is winning this brawl.
DBS. That's what Choo Choo used to call it, the Dragon Ball Savage. It's savage
You
nowadays.
remember that, my god.
Of course.
Those were ancient
I even remember the
times.
chew boxers. I wish Wendell was here though. I miss him so much.
Yeah, those are good days. I mean, like, those are ancient days. But that Nate finish off Jigsaw. And GE, definitely, the execution seals off the deal. But they can't be resting at all, because we do have one team eyeing them out on their right side. While West Point Mamba are still going to gatekeep this to his APG. They are still inside of a circle. They don't have to force themselves to move way too fast. But Axis, baby... She was a bit too reckless just now, forcing the fight too much and trying to go for the execution, leaving herself alone in the open of 2 teams that are having full men equipped with heavy gears.
KE making their move now. Better be careful. Well, be careful to other teams, especially now that KE is on the move. Viper seems to be right in front of them, but I think that's a little bit far. Maybe the nearest is going to be Enigma, but Enigma is holding their ground. They know that they have a road separating them from the other side. So as long as they can hold on to this compound, they can still use it as fortress. This is what Davan is doing. He's taking a little bit of a risk, but we can see how difficult of a moment he has to try to cross that road.
I'm loving how Devon taking the IGL role, also being the entry fragger every single time to actually lead off a certain wall. But Marcus quite not in the best position ever, taken down by FOD Nang. The rest of SKR got themselves some barricade to work with, but not in the case of Marcus and Exit. He's quite in the open area of that street, as not the best place to just sit there quietly, as SIN or Sin are moving towards the side of Access and SKR. They might actually hitting two birds with one stone here for Sin.
Ooh, Circle continues to go down. And look at this future. APG is totally not in the circle. Their last chance is to swim towards Milta. And swimming towards Milta, there's a lot of open area. West Point Mamba can take them down. But now we're putting focus on the KE. Beautiful name for Spooky. Onto the top.
Enigma realize they're quite far from a circle. Have to move. Well, move. Why not just gain double their points there while they are passing by so many teams in between? Everything seems to unfold for West Point Mamba earlier, but right now back towards fighting against Enigma. QB pushing forward from the flank side. Same goes for Spooky. Olja coming up from behind. SKR still having a go. They are quite using all of their resources. Their utilities has been dropped down quite early on. Just disposing all their nades. I'm not sure if they have enough for the next few fights here. FOD on the other end just play around the ledges. Well, APG still not docking themselves under the bridge.
Yeah, not going to be easy for them, but it's not going to be easy for GE as they are 2 men short. Now that Sin has arrived into the same compound, this compound is definitely interesting. They definitely want to take this. But looks like the rest of GE, they're on the next building. Sin will not see them yet. Not sure if they have information, but looks like GE is still keeping quiet.
Sin, on the other hand, also keeping things quiet, not to be discovered by SKR. Finally take out on Axis, baby. There's going to be last member survive there, placing themselves at 12th. FOD and APG.
Devon?
Oh man, Devon.
Oh no.
That's no way
That's
out
it.
for him. That's a small shack with 4 Vipers players. Like, there's no hope in there. But the judges attract Enigma attention to their side, giving them the opportunity to shoot him down. But lucky enough, Rain just pop up the smoke.
Oh.
But Sen taking advantage in between. What a nice nade just now coming up from V333K.
Wow, okay. Now the cavalry has to arrive. Spoogirl needs to pick them up. Hopefully, not another nade onto their side. But now we put focus onto SKR. Unfortunately, SKR only has 1 player. And that means there's no way that he's going to win against 2. From G-Lab, SKR is out with only 2 points this round.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. KE and SKR both being eliminated too early, but in the need of help. No help. Look at how easy. Just prepare the DPS. Oh, Teeth. Good luck swimming. Oh, man. There goes the fishes down. Oh, my God. Easy. It's really relentless. He wants it so bad.
Yeah, the moment he goes into the water, he can be a marker for his team.
As your own teammate, brother.
Yeah. He'll be able to see. Like, if you're in the water together with your opponent, you can see. But, oh, wait. He denied the point. Wow.
Oh my God, it must be devastating. The commitment given by FOD just now. Oh man. Good gracious. I mean, like APG. Ingenious move to drown himself to deny the points. But the circle shifted to the north in the last minute. Now, this is going to be interesting as Zosja and FOD do have the same mindset. They have to go towards the same direction. But Nang already placed himself towards the scouts in the front. So they definitely have the clue or information about WPM, the rest of the team right in the center of it.
Alright, West Point Mamba still spread out though. 1 in each building. I think this is the time that for them to get together. This will be the right time. So hopefully they'll be able to do so, but they have to consider a lot of other teams are really, really close by too. West Point Mamba looking over the bridge, and we know that there are a couple of teams there, but he has to cover multiple sides.
That's true. It's not easy task for West Point Mamba to actually care for 360 degrees all around them. The Vipers might actually fight against Sin at first, but they do hear the rotations coming from Gila. Gila happens to be sharing the same 4 teams compound here. Enigma is there. Oh man, Vipers hesitant to actually move forward. They know for a fact they're sharing just next to Sen. And now they spot out West Point Mamba. Now, do West Point Mamba reply to that initiation or not? Enigma greeted out by Osha. Here comes mano to mano, but Skynin loses this round. With Cooper really low. And the moment and DZ down. Osha falling off the chart quite early now.
As Zeal says, wow, that was quick. Man, they just arrived and they got eliminated right off the back. But now putting focus onto FOD. FOD, it's not mandatory for them to cross the road, but they definitely need to prepare for that. The next circle might not favor them. Hopefully they have enough smokes at least.
But I think they can just hold their position for a bit more. The ledges really play a big part when it comes to terrain. They got the advantage because it's going to be as flat as it is for the ones actually in the center right now. Except for a couple of houses to take cover with and walls. That's it. It's quite a flat plane for them. Some elevations, yes, but not too easy to get there. Emma's taken down on one of the players. On the other end, GE are having a bit of tension with G-Lab and Sin as well. Vipers slowly coming in from the north. Enigma alert themselves of what and how many teams are they in front of them.
Oh, spooky. He's gonna spook onto Vipers. Waiting for the right moment. Good thing there's a tree in between them. If not, they'll be shot down by Spooky, the one that's gonna spook them from behind.
QB trying to justify the position now by trying to take a couple of shots from afar. Cap spotted out Sin, G-Lab and GE. Definitely didn't know for a fact. There's so many teams out there. Saw Vipers sharing the same shack. That's Spooky. Oh, there goes a couple of clips with that spray. Kiwi, a lot of greetings between the maps here. Across each other's road. G-Lab might actually visit them anytime soon now. While Michi keep an eye out those coming up from the side of G-Lab. Michi will relay back the information towards the rest of the roster, but how fast will they react to it? Look at FOD. Just confidently taking the vehicle just to bait them out and giving away the position, but they're not taking it any for the West Point Mamba.
You know what they say when Caps from Enigma is keeping eye on another team?
Mm-hmm. What?
Caps lock. Okay, never mind. I try.
I didn't see that one coming, but that was a good one, buddy. Okay, now I can't unsee that. Thanks for it. But FOD, they still have to swim over, like you mentioned before. But G-Lab, G is more than prepared. I'm waiting for Sin to actually take as a third party. They want to go for it, but they got shot down earlier. Kine down on his knees, down to Scardy versus Zai. But Ichi really needs a help here. Viper start to move against Sin now. Sin couldn't actually get involved with G-Lab versus GE. Moi taking out Spoogle. Vipers miscalculation of that kind of a rush caused the entire team to go down. Almost, actually. Still have 2 more players to survive.
Yeah, they got to reset quickly because they're outside of the zone. Look at the house on top of the 3 teams together, and all of them are on the outside. The Blues going to close in, and they will be forced to move, forced to fight.
A bit of a shy greeting from each other here from afar. Enigma take it on Vipers. Rain, that's going to be it for Vipers. Placing themselves at 7, down to 16 with 20 players alive. Spooky still can reset himself. They got a space, but GE, Sin, and G-Lab. This is where things get messy with Koi dropping a nade on Moi. WPF for the road, taking advantage to a triple 3K. Koi taking a fight around this bulldozer, but it's going to be them winning this one. Sin having go up and Holy actually tried to scout out towards GE, Master Each and Master Zai. Can this Nate land a golden one? Close enough, getting on 1.
Well, that shocked the vehicle, but they're not done yet though. Sin is still winning. GE needs to reset quickly. And now GE, waiting for the right moment. Go up, it's going in. Holy Lanju! Can he actually make a great play here coming from behind?
Now, prepare himself to be greeted by nades. He walked down on his knees. What a nice timing with Master Zai. This is going to be the master of nades right now. But Moi will reply to Zai. You get what you deserve in your own medicine. But Master Ichi still survive. Lanju, holy Lanju trying to clutch it out for the team here. Seeing the last remaining member. Can he do it? Tossing out the Molly, trying to burn out Master Ichi. Just revived himself. He just reset for a bit. But Lanju, the Blueser, will close in. They don't have enough time to secure one more point. Master Ichi kicking up the net, trying to toss over to a side of Holy Lounge, but he needs to exit out. But where to go? The blue zone closing in, Moi bleeding out. Two teams at the corner at the brink of death in the blue zone. I have a feeling both teams will not make it as a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's going to be hard here. It just depends on who gets on top of each other. No way that he's going to be able to pick up Moy. Unfortunately, the nade is tossed out, probably trying to deny Moy. But no, he's using it as an offensive nade, but not able to connect. But now the bad news is that the zone is starting to close. QB at the same time being naded down elsewhere.
Oh, Holy Lanju keeps swapping over his arsenals. Master Ichi is just playing ring around the rosy with him. Look at it. Oh man, the corners. Oh, somebody played Maze! Closing off just now. Holy Lanju knows exactly where he's standing. For the side of Master Ichi, this brawl, this mano-to-mano Mexican fight has been going on forever. These two players now will not be favored by the Blues and forcing it out. It's to Master Ichi for the win.
And that is it for Sin, number 5 for elimination points. But now putting focus onto Enigma. Enigma, they need to reset. Caps is currently down. Looks like he's the one that's been pinned down by West Point Mamba at this moment. Oh no. But the good news is that they are in the circle. But the next circle, it will close entirely. That will also force FOD to move across the road.
West Point Mamba got the vintage point, got exactly at the center of the circle with houses to work with. They got 3 floors to just get themselves a lot of information. If they can spot out Master Ichi, this is going to be the Torn beside them. Enigma Caps not locking because it's bleeding. Spooky and QB spotted IFOD who rushed into the West Point Mamba. They were on high ground. They were on their high horses, but 2 of them been knocked down. FOD going in for the flush and rush here with John cooking up the nade, hoping it will land on anybody on the rooftop, but nobody there. Well, the angles, projectile work things out for him. Joseph and John just playing tag game for now to spot out the rest of Enigma, WPM members.
Ooh, FOD still trying to flash out WPM looks like they're trying to reset. Can they do it in time? Nade after nade. They're trying to go after the second floor, but they're not confident enough. John waiting for it. Easy goes out. Starts with the opening, but no one's at his crosshair. And now they all go out together. It's a little bit of a risk there if that's a DBS, but looks like one of them went down.
FOD taking a big leap of faith, but it's not worth it. As Mix with a DBS just now, losing of help with Michi on the back line to support Fire. QB spotted FOD. They thought they want to go for the last push. Easy will die hard this time. As QB pushing in, FOD at the brink of death. And Masaichi at the back line. Michi and WPM coming up mix. Spooky on the outside. QB and Spooky coming up from Enigma. I don't think Easy has anything on him to actually, never mind. Michi just secures that one FOD team out.
FOD number 4, 5 elimination points. Not too shabby, I must say. At the same time, Ichi gives himself to the zone. Ichi for WM, Ichi for WPM. How is he going to finish this? They try to find a target, but can't find a good angle. Right now, going down to the second floor, but no target spotted. Spotted it is! And that is it. WPM is back.
West Point Mamba. What a patient. How they just preserve themselves till the end. Even though they only got 2 men to live by the end of this match, they still managed to clutch it down. FOD, they want to try for the last push with 4 men. They know for a fact they have the entire full squad alive. But that's where they underestimate the power of a duo. Coming up West Point Mamba, coming up from Enigma just now to the last thick of health. Man, what a close game just now for West Point Mamba to take this one away.
West Point Mamba, they were missing yesterday. Glad to see them back, and this is their first match for today as well. On top of that, Federales with the MVP for this one. 3 elimination points, 983 damage, and 40% team contribution, only taking 252 damage. I mean, West Point Mamba, let's not forget, at least one of their players are in the running to be the overall MVP.
Yep. They are that good, by the way. And West Point Mamba has been quite yesterday when it comes to the last day. They've been traveling quite a number of distance. The furthest one away, if I'm not mistaken, they are the one actually around the bridge. But they're not too hasty to actually make a decision to get into the center of the circle. They waited things out. They gatekeep APG at first. It was well worth it. And they were not rushing to get themselves to the center of the circle. Only where things matter, only when there's only 6 to 7 teams remaining, they start to move and get themselves the clutches that they need so much.
But check this out. Axis, they were pinned down by SKR from afar. Nothing much that they can do about that. If they move anywhere further forward, they'll be out in the open. So whatever it is, it's a disadvantage for them. But a lot of action towards the end because of how the circle is tucked into the corner of Milta. But the saddest part of this round, I would say, is given to APG.
Yeah, still they had a really tough round this time. They were swimming around, but they're denying the last minute coming up for ABG. That was a genius move. With 10 eliminations and 10 rem points securing 20 points. But look at GE. The eliminations 14. This is quite a number coming up from GE. They're really pushing out all cylinders for this last day of week 1.
Oh yeah, and despite only getting 5 ranked points, they still managed to get 19 points in total. Just 1 point behind West Point Mamba. My goodness. GE is definitely going all out, securing those elimination points in this round. But I can't say the same for APG, Axis as well as Stage 2O. No points for them. Come on, guys. Axis got that chicken dinner. APG got it before as well. H2O, come on. We want to see a chicken dinner there. We want to see the poster come up.
They need to drink plenty of water there to actually push it up. But SKR and FOD, KE being pulled down. SKR in the shaky place now. They didn't garner themselves quite a number of points previous match. So they definitely will be catch up by the sort of GE, who's pushed up to the 6th place. And 1-2-1, only less than 20 points to actually catch up to Enigma, who's been pushed down. West Point Mamba, a lot of swapping when it comes to the top 8 here. But FOD, anytime soon, they might just overtake the number 1 spot. KE is so closely behind, and just the 4th spot is just 1 point shy as well.
And on page 2, we're still waiting for G-Lab, PBE, H2O, Burmese Ghost, as well as SP to get that chicken dinner on the board. At least something to take home. But then again, Southeast teams have one game in hand. So a little bit more opportunity for them to catch up and get that chicken dinner on the board. So yeah, that is round number 2. And I must say, despite it not being a military-based circle, I'm still pretty happy with this circle tucked at the corner of Milta.
Now that's why there's so many teams coming out from the northern side, because mostly coming out from the main peninsula of the Medusa intersection, forcing them to clash too early on. That's why the ones actually, it's always about whoever comes from the north, usually the most vacant, right? Today is the reverse of it. The one coming up from south, it will be the most vacant one. FOD, WPM, and also APG coming out from the northern side entirely. But it's just APG, they didn't have enough men to survive to cross over that bridge. And on the side of West Point Mamba, it was such a crucial timing they had that they took their time to rotate, and it was really a smart move.
Yeah, it was. They timed it really well, I must say. But I can't say the same for APG, unfortunately. But to a certain extent, APG was kind of forced to use the bridge because by that time when they decided to move, the circle was already kind of small. So maybe they weren't able to tank it out. Maybe they have calculated their first ace and say that, okay, even if we wanted to take the left bridge and come back in, our first ace are not enough. So if that's the case, they could have just moved earlier.
Yep, but before we get into more action-packed games after this, we're going to have to have a bit of a break and see you guys. Don't go anywhere for game number 3.
give 'em hell. Oh yeah, I say just give 'em hell.
Wake up.
Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Professionally Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Thank you so much for watching. We totally appreciate your viewership. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo beside me. And my oh my, what an amazing round it was. 2 rounds, circle iffy, but we like it.
Yep, for the next match, it's going to be a wrangle, back to wrangle without Group A this time, where G-Lab, Axis, KE and YG will not be playing. Now, this is going to be really detrimental, especially coming from Axis. We do know for a fact that Axis is really not in a good place right now. Same goes for YG, but KE still can be comfortable enough to be in the top 5 or even the top 8 here.
Yeah, KE is doing really well, I must say. And if we kind of think about it, they are the only team in page number 1 without a chicken dinner. So no chicken, no problem for KE so far. SKR, however, still holding it strong. But what's strong and what's good as well is this new set of skins. So the Neon Assassin's Power currently available inside the game. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 skins available for you guys to collect and keep it permanently.
You might as well name your team as Neon Assassin's Power and AP if you've got the entire team to actually wear this one out. That's going to be an idea for you. But next one, we do have the Silver Guru set. I think this set is one of the amazing one. Maybe you put yourself as SGS, Silver Guru set team as well. With all 4 of you wearing the same thing.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, I must say. And it does look really, really good. I can't wait to see what sort of animations the M416 comes out with. This is one of the coolest skin for M416 and the overall set as well. Can't wait for that. But whenever you create content with this new set, yeah, don't forget to hashtag PUBGMX Bruce Lee because, well, we want to see as well what do you have in store. And when you have this, yeah, this is the time when you play your game, you come up with the Bruce Lee signature. You do the Watcha! I don't know if that's a Pussy signature. That sounds almost like it. Hopefully I didn't butcher it though.
I think similar. Now you mention it, I kind of think it twice. But also don't forget to follow us on social media, which is going to be our Facebook page, fan page, and also the TikToks and YouTubes, where I think you guys are watching right now on PUBG Mobile Esports MY, where we do have a fan page PUBG Mobile MY and PUBG Mobile Esports and PUBG Mobile Malaysia. If you happen to have a TikTok, pubgmobile.esports.sg, and don't forget to follow all the other regions for the Philippines esports as well, and Myanmar, and as well as Cambodia. So wherever you are, we are within your reach.
Oh yeah, and whenever you do content, don't forget to tag us as well, because we'd like to check it out too. But speaking about check it out, we're gonna check out the next round. Erangel will be the map. The map sequence will be the same, but the groups will be different. B, C, D, E. That means Group A will be taking a break. The Group A consists of Game Lab Alpha, Axis Fighter, Kill Enemy or KE, and Yangon Galactico. So they'll be sitting out on this round.
But you do have your favorite group, which is going to be Group E. I do wish, actually, after the shuffle of the group, to have KE and SKR in the same one. But now we have the top rising, and coming up top is going to be GE as well. Now, do remember, they got themselves quite a number of elimination in the previous match. It just shows how much of a caliber that GE have to offer. And we're waiting if they can still pull things off this time again.
Yeah, let's see. That'll be definitely the thing. But after this as well, we'll be seeing the return of some of the Page 2 group, Page 2 teams like H2O, APG. No, it's not H2O. The return of, Burmese Goals. Yeah, Burmese Goals, Flash Vision, Esports, DX. So hopefully they'll be able to recover themselves. But after this, of course, gotta root for H2O. Hey, you got H2O too! Wow!
Because I want to see them if they can actually push forward this time. We have a big expectations for H2O. We missed them for quite a season, and also having I do want to see Ozja to actually perform better this one. And we do have FOD, which is running gun team. Same goes, I think, for Enigma in that sense when it comes to comparing with FOD, right?
Oh yeah, it is. I would say so as well. But come on, H2O. I don't know. There's this thing. Maybe there's also this nostalgia of looking at H2O again, coming back to the scene, hoping they'll be able to perform. And right now, they are somewhere in page 2. I believe the last we saw them was number 17, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully they'll be able to do the business. And most importantly, again, is to keep within the top 16 and have another fighting chance in the grand finals.
And also you guys, if you guys have the prediction by your own, why not drop it in the comment section so we can know what you think about all the teams as well. Give your thoughts and comments, we do need it. So we might actually call out your names, because it might actually have us a different perspective when it comes to the team. But less than a minute we go, we're gonna head over to our last Erangel when it comes to week number 1.
Oh yeah, Erangel again. Military base circle, there's still an opportunity just because it's Erangel, so can't wait for it. Come on, military base circle, we've been waiting for you. It's been many days now, we haven't seen it yet. We've seen a lot of right side circles and some left side. We haven't seen an extreme north yet, so Severny is still untouched as well.
If only we get SMB. I mentioned before this yesterday, right? Whenever I'm casting, I never get those wonky circles. I never get those kind of rare type of circles. SMB example, close enough just now, but it's still around Farm, Milter, and Shelter. And those are coming up from Novo. Definitely was benefiting. One of it is going to be West Mumbai, who happened to be there as well. But you know what? It's enough chit-chatting. We want to see what they have to offer. Let's head into Erangel.
Bada bing, bada boom! Erangel, the final Erangel for this week. This is match number 3 in day number 5 for the Wildcard series. And this time the flight path a little bit on the southern side, not too centered, but it's going to start from Milta Power all the way to the left side of Primox. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the circle, Chuchu has this theory of like if the circle, if the flight path is as such, the circle will be on the other side. So if based on her theory, we might see a Severny circle, but we're never giving up hope for a military-based circle. No, never, because we love military-based circles. As a viewer, of course. But if we're playing, no, I don't like military-based circles, because if I play, I always like to drop in school, So going to military base is a hassle. Yep. Even though Fairy Pier has its modification, but then again, it's still not nice to try to get onto military base circle if you're from the main peninsula or nowhere near military base circle at least. Even so, if you drop into Saverni, so that will be one of those places that it's never fun if the circle goes down. Even Jogo Pool as well. We've seen previously some other teams, if that happened to be the drop spot, military base circle, they always find it very difficult to go. But looks like we're going to have a slightly similar circle. It's still on the right, but not really on the Medusa intersection. Now, this kind of circle, we've seen, I think, a couple of times already. We've seen outskirts of Milta Power on the lower ground, so that's one. But we have yet to see like the hills on top of Milta or on the left side of Milta Power. I think that will be a very interesting place as well if the circle happens to be there. But looks like we're going to start it off hard and fast. Smile is smiling as he gets the first blood.
I just hope it will not be the last first blood, because Sen, it's so hard for them to actually survive here. They might still can actually pick him up. And speaking of the circle again, we actually have a high chance having a 50-50 water circle until the end. So you might keep your eyes out for that. But GE, we mentioned about GE before, Cloud. This is it. This is where they put everything all out and just keep it rolling. They are on a steamroll right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They got a lot of elimination points in the previous round. But can't say the same for Holy Lanju. He survived towards until the final circle. But this time around, he's the first one to go up. But there may be a little bit of a revenge as Guap tries to revenge together with Beak. From the hilltop of Ross Hall, they managed to get one knockdown. But no. Looks like it's going to be Guap going down and finish off by West. Oh no, Sin. They're paying for their sins now.
Feels like it's really a tough week for Sen when it comes to the last few days. They sort of had it going at first, but suddenly it just, the momentum goes down. But we do have SKR hunting around for Vipers, but we're not done with GE yet. GE has been so aggressive today.
Oh yeah, GE, and they're not stopping yet. They almost got vehicle smoked up, and he should be clear. Oh, okay, another shot. But he should be clear by now.
Are you sure about that? Hoping that he will not run into another team after this. But Vic, I call him Triple Tree here. Phase out Falcon. Oh man, what a day for Sen.
I think this is time that all of us would start to feel bad for them. But Vipers, weren't they in the water in the previous round as well? They're doing it again?
it was APG. Vipers one was not really. Yeah. So this is just happy to be bad timing or just unfortunate timing of rotations there. Spade, I think he's just going to sit this one quietly and Spoogle just going to flee away. But I have a feeling SKR is not happy enough or satisfied with their looting yet. So they might want to build this one even if they got a Bison. But there's not a weapon that you want to hold on to till the last minute. So SKR, they just don't want to waste any more time and resources. Build this one out. But H2O, speaking of Motown, they really love water here.
Oh yeah, they really love their water. Synonym with how the last time we saw them in PMPL Season 1, they're always in the water for some reason. But look at this. Okay, who's close by? It's going to be Moy. Moy is the last person standing for Sin. And he's walking into H2O with only an M4, no helmet. They spot him out. He tries. And now H2O will be alarmed. And there goes Sin.
I have a feeling that this is really unfortunate series of ordeal coming up from Sin. After one to the other, from the pen to the fire, always happen to be clashing with another team when they try to build or disengage for a fight. Yes, unfortunate without any scores to provide for them. It's just really tough. And it's Erangel, the last Erangel of the day, by the way. When it comes to Miramar, that's another problem to have to face with for these guys.
You know what? There's also a question mark in my head about Moy's movement as well, because I felt that being the last man standing, he shouldn't have pushed it. He should have okay, let's just stay somewhere safe. And because he's alone, he doesn't need a big compound. He can pick all the smaller compounds, loot up a little bit here and there, and just stay out of danger. The fact that he walks into Waterhouse, and I'm sure they would have done their homework. H2O, that's their drop spot. The full squad would have been there at this stage of the circle. So I wasn't sure what's happening there.
Feels like he might underestimate how many players are there. Feels like it. He might be thinking that they are still looting, possibly are separating amongst themselves to find the loot and gears and their equipment. So he was thinking maybe it will not be more than one person to be around. Maybe that's what's trying to whatever that crossed around his mind during that time, or maybe just a bit too hasty when it comes to trying to find himself covers. Maybe even try to find himself some equipment to work with as well. Well, what happened? Nothing can be changed for Sin, but the others though, we're talking about Enigma caps, nothing to lock yet. I can't unsee that, what you did before I keep on doing it. But FV, now this is a team that do have the potential, but they need a big of a push to making sure they have a bit more comfortable position.
So I do wonder though, the last we saw them in the PMNC Singapore, Atai was playing.
Oh
with
yeah.
them. Yeah, the Atai, the legendary Atai. But this time around, we have yet to see him at all. So I'm not too sure. I know that at some point he started a new job. So I'm not too sure if that's like clashing with his job or he's just not available or whatever it is.
Maybe he will be the observer for the team as well. Because Atai, we do know for a fact, technicality-wise, that person is just one of the best individual to actually be on ground and play it. But you cannot also push away his insights. Maybe he's trying to guide the team as a whole as well, being a sideline. Sometimes it's best to, being the analyst, especially what an experienced player as he is. Well, maybe in week 2 we're going to see him, hopefully. But we do have a couple of skirmishes between SKR and H2O. Again, H2O, one of the early teams being caught in between.
And we have both predicted H2O. But hopefully they can come up with something big with 3 more players. I mean, with 3 players, you can still do a lot of stuff. So it's not the ideal situation, but it's not the worst situation as well. So it's kind of okay. Well, and now they're still together in the same compound. It's just that Spooger is looking after them. But look at the amount of players or teams in the blue.
That's
It's a
true.
lot.
I think it's like half of the population of PUBG Mobile right now is actually inside of the blue zone as well, including SKR. And SKR, they are the type of team that love to bulldoze people from behind while going and jumping off compound, jumping to find their loot. So it's still first. Oh, that's why this is one of the many reasons why they, because the circle feels like very deja vu from the previous one.
Yeah. Are we watching the previous round? Yeah, it almost feels like that because it's kind of like a similar circle. So if it ends up at the same place, well, it's going to be a repeat. But there are some teams really tanking it out, and I don't see Spooger with a vehicle at least, so kind of worried for him.
And those actually playing in the blue zone, if they don't find themselves vehicles, it's going to be a very problematic round for them. Hopefully those actually on foot is actually not too far off from the circle as well. But for TX, they're taking things slow, trying to find themselves a couple of UAZs and buggies to work with. But I'm not sure about them tanking this much into blue zone, because right now, Sonic should have a bit of a pause and just reset and just heal himself up. That's what he's going to do right now. But do they have enough? First aids is not their luxury here for the side of TX. We do see they're quite low when it comes to utility-wise. Vipers following the tails of APG. Oh, APG. Where are the rest of the members? We do see only one player being chased out tail to tail by Vipers there. Oh, man.
Okay, they're just going round and round in circles, it seems. But H2O, oh no, Mouse! Oh no, in the open! And Rain has a bike, so the bike is not the most secure vehicle. Yes, it's fast, but you can easily get shot from a bike. So right now, Chico, I wonder how many first aid he has, but it's not looking good for H2O, but not good for speed as well as Burmese Ghost appear out of nowhere.
They're a bit overcommitted themselves to actually chase down H2O just now. And Vipers didn't realize somebody else following their tail from behind, which is going to be BG. So it's like a big, how do I say it, fish eat fish wall out there for these guys. And Vipers, because of you reap what you sow, they're chasing them down so hard for H2O. They didn't realize that it happens, and now they are digging their own grave here. SKR taking a museum. They're not inside of the blue zone anymore. Managed to squeeze themselves with their vehicles to be in the inner circle. GE happens to share by as well, and TX barely making it in the last minute. But still two teams, H2O and BG, who still lurking around the blue zone. Feels like H2O might share the same fate as how Vipers were if they don't budge.
Yeah, not looking good for H2O. The last time we saw them with a motorbike. I mean, motorbike's fast, can get into the circle. But it looks like they just managed to find a way in. But for Burmese goals, another team that's struggling at the bottom half of the overall charts, still in the blue. Not too sure where they are. Okay, now we have a visual.
Wow.
And looks like they're circling around the northern side. But for the circle, almost like what we've seen earlier.
I'll shift to the right side this time, more towards the side of Milta. And PBE, West Mumbai, again, this might be their strength to play with. But Ozja managed to squeeze into the bridge, and FVE coming up from the left side of a farm all the way. H2O and APG, I have a feeling they might clash anytime soon outside of the circle. Whoever's actually hovering around the inner side of the circle to gatekeep that side, the west side of the circle, that might be the third party playing into it as well. Aspie switch point, having a bit of drift for Dabe. Just crossing by Enigma, who greeted them with a bit of a spray, but GE rushed straight into Cap's lair.
Oh, but he's alone though. Here comes GE, 1v2. Capable of a performance, but QB is there to give him back up. Unfortunately, Cap goes down. Smile jumps down. 2 knockdowns for Smile. And looks like GE, they have the upper hand, but the rest of them, wait a second, they're not done yet though. Enigma, the rest of them are coming.
It's a bit too late for them to actually come over here. GE, they secured this well. Execution done. H2O happens. Why H2O? Every single time. Just unfortunate timing for them. Lucky enough they managed to build this one out. But Enigma, that was surprisingly should not have happened to them.
Should not at all. I mean, maybe they would have lost one, but to lost another 2, I don't know. That's a little bit too much. So now it's Spooky, the last man standing. Ranger been knocked down by Sonic somewhere else. But FV, they are fighting against TX. Sonic been mollied down. But hey, Moxie, did you just molly Ranger? What happened there?
Accidents, I guess. It's a bit of a topsy-turvy on the side of TX just now. The entire team finished off. Questionable Mock kind of plays around our head just now of TX being eliminated. Not sure by who and how. But SP, now H2O, like I mentioned, they always squeeze in the crossfire of all the teams that are having 4 men here. They only have Chico and Labo. And Portland South in the center of attention again. PBE, Mumbai and Rankit will be resetting themselves, having the space, while Cool is actually trying to scout things out. West Point Mumbai Federalis, he was the last MVP before. He might try to pressure towards the side of Cool. Now, PBE, will they actually get that in time to help Cool to fight against West Point Mumbai on the other end?
Ooh. But look at this, Chuchu. Look at the amount of teams inside of Milta. We've seen this time and time again. In case the circle moves away from the town, all the teams will need to move, and that's where we'll see a lot of fights happening. But now, the circle will determine that, and it seems luck is on their side, though. The circle is inside of Milta town.
It's right on top of it as well. We do see Ozja coming up a bit segregated, spreading quite thin and wide for the right side, or right south, or east-south of the circle. But PBE, now Cool managed to pull back all the way towards the back line with Raimon. Federalis will actually reunite with the rest of the team. They're tapping it out for Ranked and One Boy just to fish out H2O, get out from their houses. But Switch Point 1 actually moving forward to actually might want to flush H2O out of the compound. SK are waiting for a visitor to pass by. APG might be the next target under the radar, but I think it's too fast. APG want to share this as well. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they want some of that too. But looks like the building that they landed themselves upon is kind of clear. But from another angle, Shroud being gunned down. Atif as well gunned down. APG. Oh my goodness. But good thing is that Power can pick up Atif. No one's going to challenge them for now. H2O somehow survives.
Still for now, I'm not sure for how much longer. Look at how many eyes having the grenades cooked up to the side. Panda couldn't even pick from the rooftop. WPM got a glimpse of Panda as well. So they have to be alerting towards the rest of the roster to just spot over whatever angle they have to cover amongst themselves. Poli cooking up the nade. Might actually toss it over to Spooky. The bear doing the same thing here. Spooky kind of cornered every way possible. Chico breathing behind his neck with Labus just eyeing out Spooky as well. Feels bad for Nigma, but they don't have a choice here. They have to take a fight, like it or not.
Ooh, Dabe tries to take out Spooky. Spooky is still alive. Dabe moves in. He has a DBS. Let's say that Panda keeping eyes on the Spooky. In case he moves towards Dabe, he can shoot him down. SP, they do have the man advantage with the full squad at this moment, and they have tucked themselves at the corner of the Milta town. Spreading out a bit, just trying to get information in case any other teams try to come by. And so far, it's really, really populated inside of Milta.
I just wish Switch Point didn't actually separate it too far off from each other. They do realize the gunshots fired coming from Mosja earlier, maybe trying to take down on Dajer before from Vipers. But the moment they spread in between, we might have another contender driving in between them. That kind of separates Switch Point into two parts. So I have to be extra careful regarding their positions as well. PBE, Ranked Amon Boy, heard the gunshots from T Power before, so they are a bit more alert about what's happening on their left side. But Raimon and Cool have to keep their cool down, because there might be a rush anytime soon. Less than 35 seconds, we might have another transitioning happening within a very small circle in the 5th phase here, Cloud. Those actually not inside of circle, none anymore. Those come out from the field. Good luck getting it. Get yourself an apartment, because it's so overoccupied at the moment.
My evil self tells me that if the circle goes out of the town, they'll be great, because we see a lot of things happening. But if it's within the town, then we might see a slower end. But we'll find out within 5 more seconds. SKR, however, they are on the high ground, so if the circle moves towards them, they have the advantage of gatekeeping other teams. But now looks like it's going to be a town finish.
Around the urban area, where the teams in Milta field will have to hot shift themselves towards the center of the city of Milta. Falcon and SKR. SKR got some elevations, working around the rocks, and the trees will cover Falcon for now, but for how much longer? As the J's right across them, cooking up the nade, waiting for the right time to drop it, but Falcon not gonna waste any more time, fleeing from the crime of scene and get themselves into the shacks in between of that Milta field. But exit and no T1 4K following closely behind, but look at how Oja circling around FOD.
Ooh, nade after nade after nade now. Falcon and SP trading each other. At the same time, we can see that another fight might happen on the other side. Now SP, they are starting to move in Falcon. S1 player still active. And now SP has arrived. SP not pressing any bells. But SKR, third party coming in.
Oh, not so well here as APG shoot down Marcus, one of their entry fragger coming in. But look at how Panda just cooking up the nade, making sure they cannot even have an after him. Marcus will be the sacrificial lamb for the team. SKR, they didn't expect so many teams already inside this corner. But we did mention it earlier. All the teams, 13 teams inside, it's going to be all sharing the compound, all sharing the buildings. Even they got themselves a bit of an extra bonus point with XP here. They taking advantage, waiting for one knockdown and go in for the rush.
DBS action. Here we go. And SP wins the compound fight. SKR is eliminated number 13 with 2 elimination points. SP still maintain all 4 of their players. Now we move over to FOD.
Having a bit of a stalemate between Osjar here. Joseph and Easy trying to build them out. But Ramon, PBE, leaving Momboy and Ranked. Look at how GE just wants a bit part of it as well. We don't have only 2 teams. There definitely is going to be 4, but going through the Molly. Skyning going in. Daisy coming up from behind. Osjar coming into towards the side of FOD, who cannot even have a breather at all. Daisy with UMP, finds target. Renza trying to heal himself. He got one. Shotgun, another one. Down and secure the elimination. Translate into a point. Now all he needs to do is... Never mind.
Oh!
Nah.
That Oh, that was so close. But now it's gonna be GE. GE already got themselves 6 elimination points, and they want more by taking out APG. It's gonna be 8 elimination points in total for GE now.
Now, how do they approach this for GE? They're a bit outnumbered at the time being, but if they're being careful, they can just take a fight against PBE. Momboy and Rank has been there forever, but BG or Burmese Gold start to push on the other end as well. GE are giving the pressure with their mollies and their grenades on the other end. Momboy and Rank, they don't have that much space anymore, but the circle happens to shift again. And the team's fighting. Other teams are not actually inside the circle. SP and H2O still in there somewhere. But look at the rotation of FOD. John coming up from behind. But GE, they need to climb down their high horses and take a move and move forward. Vipers as well. The furthest away. The Jed, the last player for Vipers. How to get into this war zone?
Ooh, it's going to be tough, especially coming in from the left side, because the amount of teams that are gatekeeping, and plus those teams do have their own compounds. H2O, however, they are still alive, and as long as you're still in this, anything can happen. Moxie is on the top floor, goes down, and immediately gets DBS taken away by Debe.
Now, Aspie giving away the position to a side of H2O, and Enigma Spooky still waiting with a DBS. The one that actually in a crucial moment to save themselves is going to be PBE. They're kind of being cornered by BG, Burmese Gold and GE at the same time. Now GE, do they want to take advantage of this third party? Do they want to focus on what's on their left? They want actually getting the most information and the most advantage. It's going to be West Point Mumbo. You have to give it to them. They got the elevations, they got the view, they got everything, single thing that can be in their winning condition. They got it all for West Point Mumbo. They're even touching the rim of the circle still.
Agree, and plus they're on the other side of the road, meaning that they are unchallenged, and they can look over to the other side. As long as they can find an opening, they could probably steal a couple of eliminations away. But now Rankit and May W in the same building, managed to pick up his teammate Momboy, tries to find where May W is at. May W with 10% of health and been finished off by Rankit.
Lucky enough, PBE still holding on to this angle. BG, that was a fail flush, unsuccessful rush for them. But West Point Mamba, who will challenge them? Switch Point is also there. Nobody's actually on their side as well. Nobody trying to give in a bit of a pressure. But GE start to push into a sort of H2. Oh, straight away get bombed down by Mombo with a hand grenade. Oh boy, GE didn't see this one out from the flank side. Rank and Mombo start to push. West will be the one that easily taken by Mombo, but Rank on his knees as well. Aspire and GE with Spooky in between of Enigma. What worse can it be for the side of Enigma here? But maybe it's a disguise and blessing. He can actually be the housekeeping team by himself as a solo player.
Oh, Rankit, he naded himself somehow. But H2O now on the top floor. Whose nade was that? That was from Smile from GE. H2O. Labo's on the other building. He cannot save his teammate. He needs to survive on his own.
Oh, Chico. Nobody can actually revive him. Labo is just too far. How Labo survived this is just going to be as well as how Enigma Spooky survived all day long. The same monster, the same sort of equation. West heard the footsteps coming up from PBE at the same time. Figure out he doesn't have enough utility to heal himself in case things going south. But here comes cooking out the nade. Rank it just around the corner. Don't want to overcook that for West as well. You figure out how to exit is another problem. Momboy and Rank it just waiting around the corner. Well, we do have one more team. Vipers eliminated finally, but Chico still bleeding out. Labo can just help him. Spooky waiting around the corner. Same angle. But the blue zone is none of this team covered with. By the circle, they need to make a move, but they're just having too much time and Small. One nade! Finish off both of the players! What a golden nade, opening up so much space for GE to push forward.
Yeah, we did talk about GE wanting those elimination points. They already got 11 for themselves. Unfortunately for H2O, they're being eliminated at number 6. And now the circle moves towards the right. Only 2 teams on the other side of the road. The other teams, they're on the northern side. SP may need to move. But then again, SP can still play the gatekeeping role to stop Enigma and GE from coming in.
FOD got the center of a circle. a bit too far from all the scuffle happening across them, but they do have their eyes on the side of West Point Mamba. The moment they try to get out and get into the circle, they will gatekeep this hard by the side of FOD. They do have a lot of men. It's going to be 3 on their side, not full team, but more than enough. But Spooky, here comes.
Ooh,
Spooky, do your magic. He heard the footsteps so much. He's agitated, but at the same time, he's keeping his cool down. I'm not sure if GE realized how Spooky is. But Spooky needs to get out. They are big and close by the Blues. It shrinks further. Switch point waiting for GE to show themselves up. Where would they discover themselves? Spooky's still there.
He's still there, and this can be one of those moments where he come in from behind, backstab them, takes out 2 from GE. That will be a crazy moment. My goodness, Mookie, he's still on the outside of the zone. He needs to move in, but what's he going to do? He's going to evade them, or he's going to try to get those elimination points. Right now, Smokey is moving. However, GE smile is no longer smiling, and Smokey goes down to Michi.
It's going to be them being the top party coming up from FOD and West Point Mamba. Same goes for Switch Point here. Now, leaving these 3 teams with their gigantic amount of players still played alongside within them. Among themselves, and Jigsaw got knocked down earlier. And who wants to make the first move? All 3 teams actually inside of a circle. The one that actually hop down or hop out from the compound or the buildings will have to face the consequences later on. West Point Mama got the smallest space to work with. FOD got the most prime spot ever when it comes to this circle. Now, SP is kind of the same boat with West Point Mamba, but I have a feeling the one might actually win this is going to be FOD. There's no way they can flunk this one out.
Totally agree with that. Look at the amount of space between FOD and all the other teams. It's huge. There's a lot of empty space. So if anyone tries to walk past by, there's no way they can survive that. The best way is to have a vehicle. And that's what exactly Paulie is doing at this moment. He's going towards his vehicle on the left, waiting for the right timing to move. But a little bit more difficult for SP because they need to cross the road. So I don't know how they're going to do this. How are they going to counter out the FOD? What they need to do with West Point Mamba, who also wants to move from the right.
Thing is, Switch Point kind of realized West Point Mamba might want to flush them out, but I'm not sure about how Panda want to hold that angle for how much longer. Look at the smokes. West Point Mamba didn't see this one coming. The bear spotted out, double down. It's gonna be them hovering around just a very small space, but behind FOD shooting as well. Panda forcing himself up. West Point Mamba nowhere to be seen. Now it's gonna be 2 teams. FOD with 3 players, but got themselves a prize spot or Switch Point, who got knocked down. 2 of them, 1 of them down, equalizes the field play between 2 teams. The FOD finally climbed down their high horses. They want to go for the rush. They want to finish things off and wrap things up on their side.
Yeah, they want to take a quick break here. There's no way the FOD can drop this at this moment. Look at the amount of pressure onto SP. The blue will put pressure onto them as well. They're pushed onto the edge. And now nade after nade coming in from FOD. They still have tons of nades because they didn't really take any big fights. Right now, they just rain it onto SP. There's nowhere for SP to go. Right after this, the circle will close entirely. SP will be forced to move anyway.
They have to cross the road, like it or not. The circle, we can't even see it on the map because of how small it is. We're down to the last circle here. We're playing healing game. They make sure they have to have the utilities, but Jigsaw overpeaking himself, giving away too much with the side of FOD, pinning him down to only 10% of HP, but Nang got discovered by Panda, but he will be knocked down first on Panda. Finish off by Nang from the back line. The support fire from FOD, their formation is just perfect. Take on the bear as well. Down to 2 players. Paulie is down. Only Jigsaw alive.
Oh, only Jigsaw. They're going to go in and clean it up. And definitely, without a doubt, it's going to be FOD taking home this chicken dinner. Welcome back, FOD.
How much they secure for the elimination, that's a different story. But this time, 5 of danger. FOD secure the chicken dinner with a bonus point of extra 10 points there. Just for this chicken. And even wiping the floor off clean, being the third party across the road. We thought West Point Mamba have no contenders. But you know what? There it will be somebody else behind the scene as well at the back line. It's going to be FOD waiting for them to be burned off by the Blues and force themselves out and waiting to be gunned down by these guys.
Yeah, the team that's the most attractive hairstyle. 5 of danger they are. And Nang will be the MVP for this round. 4 eliminations for himself, 900 damage, 49% team contribution. Obviously survived to the end, only 136 damage taken. We don't always see him as the MVP, but when he needs to, he shows up.
I love the fact how FOD plays themselves just now with joining another player at the front line and putting the pressure with the nades. And then Knight just being the back line as a support, got himself elevations from the second floor of the house anyway. And it was a perfect execution done by FOD. But as we look at how much utility is being thrown over, 27 smoke with 33 grenades, 2 mollies. It's quite a number. Same goes for GE, and GE has been brilliant as well for this round.
Yeah, GE again, racking up a lot of elimination points. We gotta see the overall again. But if you gotta think about it as well, SP actually not doing too bad considering it was a tough circle for them. And they are at number 20, putting up this kind of performance. I must say it's bravo for SP.
I agree. They have been patient when it comes to waiting for the circle to see if they got themselves the right position to stay in. They waited, and at the same time trying to find any extra bonus point with eliminations. But the rest of the other teams though, PBE, HO, always stuck in between these teams. And that one nade coming from GE, it was so huge that finish off PBE, who's actually winning at that point with one nade finish off both players at the same time.
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful nade there. But on top of that, of course it's good. It's a pretty straightforward finish for FOD. They got one, they got another one, they just push in, and plus their opponents were tucked into the corner, so there's nothing much they can do. But we gotta give it to SP, the number 20 team, netting the most points in this round. 13 eliminations, FOD only 8, because they didn't really have that much action. Most of the actions were on the left side of Milta, so they kind of chilled towards the end.
But look at how GE secures 11 eliminations points. That's quite a huge number. It didn't actually last as long as the other teams though. They got themselves only 4 ranked points if they compare with the others. This definitely have a big impact when it comes to overall ranking. We do know for a fact that today GE has been climbing up the ladder quite high up there. I'm not surprised. Before we saw them at 6th place if I'm not mistaken. I'm not surprised bad enough today. If they keep this going, they might end up in the top 3.
Yeah, no doubt. They are already number 2, just saying. So FOD climbed themselves up to number 2, only 2 points difference with SKR. And at 3rd place, just behind them, their closest rivals before this, West Point Mamba, 15 points difference. KE, however, sliding down a little bit, but still at page 1, still no chicken, no problem for them.
But for teams of Vipers and Sin, actually kind of stagnant in where they're at. I mentioned about GE before, they're still stagnant in number 6, but a bit more push. We do have a tie of Enigma and KE at 4th and 5th place. Now, top 3 is up to 8th place is so close, but on the bottom end, we do have SP finally catching up to Axis. I have a feeling Axis might be pushed down because SP got themselves that momentum by today. FVE slowly might hitting into the triple digit club as well as APG, but second page is still a lot of catching up to do, especially coming up from 14th spot there. They need to close up the gap even further, and Axis is just way off a chart here.
Yeah, Axis got to be worried though, because SP might catch up to them. And if a number 20 team who had lesser amount of games catch up to Axis, I mean, that will be just devastating news for Axis. So yeah, hopefully they'll be able to do something about that. Burmese Ghost, however, still down there, and we are still waiting for this esports brand in Southeast Asia name that has been around for a long time to actually perform and get themselves up.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, when it comes to experience-wise, this guy's been playing in one of the longest teams, and these are the Yogs. Having scouted also the veteran players, I want to see if they can make it out of something when it comes to wildcard and surprises when it comes to even the playoff or even the C League in the future. But so far, it feels like a bit of a very close gap in between, and no team feels a bit overwhelming or dominating just yet in wildcard. We do see ups and downs. We do see a lot of aggressive ones, but what we don't see right now, if you guys haven't followed us in the PUBG Mobile socials, so make sure you guys follow us everywhere.
Yeah, we are on Facebook, PUBG Mobile PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports, PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile My, and we're on TikTok as well, PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile.esports.sg. Not to mention YouTube as well. PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile Malaysia. We're technically everywhere. You just type in PUBG Mobile on any other social medias. I'm very sure you'll be able to find something.
But here comes for our next stop performance of the next map here. We're heading over to our Myanmar as we finish off our week 1 of Wrangel already for this map. Well, I'm not surprised with all the names here. With SKR, West Point Mamba, Enigma and Vipers for the teams to watch out for. Because the next map we don't have Group C, which GE is not playing. So that's going to be a bit of a bummer for them because they just got themselves that momentum for GE and now they have to stop for a bit for a rest. But SKR, this team, like one of the teams that I mentioned before, they are aggressive as hell.
Oh, yeah, they are. Just look at the amount of eliminations. They have the most eliminations inside of Myanmar so far, 43. So here's a little bit of a recap in case you just joined us. So DX, West Point Mamba, and 5 of Danger got themselves their own chicken dinner today. But the slot for the first chicken dinner inside of Myanmar today, yet to be known. ABDE will be the groups.
Yep, and speaking of ABDE, right, today we saw the rise of GE, honestly speaking. Now, we have seen FOD ups and down for the entire week 1, but for GE, I'm loving how they just put all guns blazing today, where they focus more towards eliminations. But for SKR, they try to do the same thing that sort of a rinse and repeat for the entire week, but the thing is, we saw they're a bit too aggressive, might cost the entire team as well, because it's always ended up with only 2 players remaining to the last minute, so they can't actually clutch things out with only 2 players fighting all the teams outside of their compound.
Yeah, so, but if I was GE, I'll be like, yeah, actually we're doing pretty well. Like, they don't really need the chicken as long as they get able to gather those points, and that's what matters, the overall points. So far so good. If I know it's still quite a significant gap between GE at the top, but if they can keep this up, well, they might be the surprise ones to be in the top 3 all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, like, it would be really cool if they finish off with the top 1 by end of today. I'm not surprised that happens. But speaking of the time, this is the time we jinx the team. Now, who do you call for it?
Well, let's go! Send it in! It's gonna be TX! Yes, Burmese goals and PBE, TX and Burmese goals. I know they're on page 2, but we say it time and time again, we look forward to the performances of page 2 teams.
Oh man, I feel bad for doing this every single time because the time that we actually didn't call out for the teams, but GE did well. I did actually call out for their performance in the last one. So today might be my day to give blessings instead of jinxes. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But so far FV is nowhere up there as well. So they are in the critical area. But BG though, BG, this is a team that the org that has been there forever, and PBE very veteran players. TX, I think today has been okay.
Yeah, TX actually, they kind of redeemed themselves today. Yesterday was a bummer for them, but today is kind of okay. But speaking about orgs that have been around, but at the bottom of the overall charts, if you can't think about it, Axis has been around as well for quite a while. But then again, they are on the bottom, so a lot of things that they need to try to fix to get up. Besides that, one of your predictions, I find it kind of interesting though. I always find Vipers to be one of those teams that is this how should I put it, like a wildcard team. Like they would suddenly pop up and they would do very well and you didn't even expect it.
It's sort of a hot and cold team, right? Like,
yeah,
if they live after that first few skirmishes, they will really end it up with a bang. But if they don't, it's just going blank entirely, just disappeared. It's like you make it or you break it for Vipers, but when they actually execute it, they execute it so perfectly well done and so clean. But that's the problem when it comes to PUBG Mobile. You need that consistency because like how we saw KE and SKR, right? They have those consistency going the entire week. These teams, they have their ups and downs. So how is it so difficult if you compare with all these teams? What is their secret recipe they can maintain up there? You saw their domination within the same team only, while the other teams feels like they are struggling to make it.
Yeah, the other teams, they are struggling. I know, right? There sometimes is I would love to see the point gap like a little bit more closer with all the teams, if possible, all 20 teams. But in most cases, there will be teams that will have rather significant gap with at least like each other. So if we talk about in this case, let's see. So it is G-Lab and APG with 11 points difference. So that's one. And then we have also, I think, also at the top, SKR has opened up a little bit of a gap, but it's still not impossible for anyone to be chased because next week the points do remain, so there's still opportunity for them to grind those points with 5 days. But anyway, it is of course the objective of getting into the top 16, and that's what's most important. But if they want to if they manage to get more points, get themselves a better ranking, not only they get the bonus points, but they also bring themselves some extra motivation as they move into the grand finals.
It's not just that. Some of you guys don't see how crucial it is this week 1, because week 1 will actually bring over to week 2 reshuffle. So if you don't have the position or the grouping that you need to have, it's going to impact the entire week of week 2, especially if you happen to be sharing with the teams. You know what? There's no such as dominating teams. We overwhelming dominating teams that we feel like this is too OP. Whenever like this guy's presence, it's gonna be them. No, there are a couple of teams, make it around 5 to 6 teams that happen to be in the same sort of aura or same sort of performance they're giving, that sort of aggressiveness. And some teams are strong, but they are a bit weaker when it comes to strategy and approach towards certain teams. And then you happen to share in the same group with that team, you can't get away from them. That's why it's so important to actually know where you will stand in week number 2 after week 1 performance, because it will drag along until the playoffs, and that's very punishing for them if they can't pull it off.
Yeah, or maybe just get the highest finish possible. So like for example, if you finish like number 2, you wouldn't be meeting with the number 1 team because that's how the group will be segregated, and number 3 won't be meeting with number 1 as well. So and that's how the pattern goes, right? So if you kind of finish like really on top, or yeah, at least like top 3, top 5 at least, then you will be avoiding, naturally you'll be avoiding all the top teams because of the segregation.
So it's best to actually, how do we segregate it? Like if the number 1 will be example in group A, so you want to be in
number
group
2
E. You want to be in group E then.
Yeah, and if you're in group E, at least the next one that you meet is number 10 in the overall charts, whoever it is.
So mostly we'll be in the middle bracket. So, but at the same time, if you're not careful enough and you happen to be falling on to the number 1 and number 2 teams, it's going to be really a tough one, because you cannot get away from them because you happen to be sharing the same group. You can't do anything if you're sharing the same group. But the problem is always about the last day here. We do know for a fact that some teams happen to, you know, rise up to the occasion, like GE. I'm loving how they perform, but this time they're not playing for match number 4 because Group C will not be playing. So Group C, in case you have no clue who will not be playing, it's going to be Enigma Gaming and also H2O. GE and APG will not be there. But we are worried for the team's example here, Access example, right? So they have not been playing for the last map, but this time they have to really give their all, because it's down to only 2 more maps for week number 1 here, Cloud.
Yeah, because the points will be carried on to next week. So if they still have a big gap between them and at least the top 16, it's going to be very hard for them to climb up. Yes, you still have a whole set of games in a whole new week, but the points remain. It's not like in previous formats that we've seen, the points will be 0 again in the next week. No, this time the points will remain. So that's why it's very scary if they still have that gap between them and number 16.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that even though you got number 1 in league, you will be ended up number 1 in the playoffs, because we've seen that happen before, where number 1 in league sometimes, I don't know if it's a curse or is something that they feel too comfortable with in the league, that they kind of being surprised in the playoff. But usually that's the case. The number 1 in league hardly actually get in number 1 in the playoff. But it's a good start if you got quite a number of points to start with in the playoff as well.
Oh yeah, of course, of course. If nobody can complain with extra points, right? So that's where the top really matters. But if you're at the bottom team, you're at the bottom four especially, you'll be like, okay, getting the number one is highly unlikely. So you might as well aim for like, let's get number 16, top 16 above, and play an extra 3 days in the playoffs just to give themselves an opportunity to redeem. Because in the playoff, it will only be the bonus points, not these points that they've collected throughout the league.
Yep. But the bonus point will actually reflecting how the league will actually be. But also we're gonna head over Myanmar in less than a minute. We haven't got any extraordinary circle yet by far, Cloud. So is this it? Please give us one. I mean, like, we don't want something too nice. But we've seen a lot of urban warfare where we have in the middle of city for the pass of Erangel, which was Milta. Now will it be the same in case if we happen to be in Los Leones? We have been a lot of Le Benditas of a circle, but will it be a different one entirely? We haven't seen a lot of Crater Field or even the area of Valdemar.
Oh yeah, we have not. So give us one. Los Eagles, Impala, one of my favorites, or maybe the Oasis that we haven't seen for the longest time. Let's see if we get it. Please grant us this wish. Let's go, Mirama.
Here we go with the second last round of our first week here of day number 5. The first Miramar, the second last match before we close things up. Will they actually push up the ranks? Will the number 1 taken down in the last minute? But the flight path is just so beautiful. Almost equally split the north and the south from the side of Valdemar towards the Campo Militar. But whatever the players want to drop, they can just drop wherever they fancy here because the flight path is just too generous this time.
Oh yeah, this is good for, especially for a big map like Miramar, because if the flight path is really at the side, your travel to your drop spot, if it's on the left, then it's going to be a big problem. So this is good for players. But of course, what's going to be important is going to be the circle, at least a good start here. Because of this good start, we may not see early clashes in terms of trying to get those vehicles. So that could be okay.
But at the same time, for the entire day here, that we do have the circle right on top of the flight path. So are we looking over a very centralizing flight path, a circle like a circling around power grid as the center? Or never mind, it's gonna be on the northern side. Remember we asked for it, Hacienda de Patron up to water treatment and Cruz de Val. So whoever drop on top of Campo Militar, in this case it's going to be switch point. This is something that they might have another round on their side.
Ooh, okay, this is interesting because like what we see through the drops, at least, a lot of teams, or maybe a majority of them, is on the southern side. Meaning that they really need to plan how they want to travel up north. And that means that, like what you always use, or what you always say, the great migration happens, and that's where they will always, and that's where there's a possibility of bumping into each other.
Yep, especially with this flight path, nothing will happen in the first few rounds. Hopefully, it depends on. Lucky H2O is not playing this time. H2O happens to be just really unfortunate with their migration and their transition. Happen to be in the center of everybody else. Many times in a row. Same goes for Sin. So Sin really had a tough round in the previous map of Erangel. So hopefully this time it will turn things around for them at least. But YG, I love how Marnet plays. He always goes along with WT. But Loki, his flanks is just remarkable sometimes. But it's all about the timing for them. BG do get themselves vehicles. But it feels like not enough. They do cramp up a lot of players in one vehicle right now.
Well, it's still early enough. So, and Miramar is a big map. So they have a lot of space to play. I'm pretty sure they can find a vehicle on their way up north, and plus they will need to move. Oh yeah, not to forget as well, like Los Leones is one of those places that have a healthy amount of vehicles spawn around them, so they should be okay.
Yep. Oh, they are happy. Vipers, he mentioned earlier about them before. They're kind of caught up in between the previous map. Now Sin, I don't think they found themselves in our vehicle just yet, as we saw Vic is actually on foot. Same goes for Guap. But there might be a couple of vehicles nearby. We do see, I think that's a buggy from afar. I think they're just prioritizing over vehicles in Myanmar. Well, Myanmar is a big map. But you have to be careful when it comes to driving along the mountains, where you might get a bit of a flip of a car if you don't be careful. SKR multiple times in a previous match where they tried to force the fights, but things didn't reflect well for them when it comes to the results. They've been punished entirely early on with SKR.
Yeah, they can't afford to do badly in this round because the points is only 2 points difference. So, like previously, they would have like, okay, a 20 plus point gap. So that's kind of okay. But with 2 points difference, if they go out early this round, it's very likely they'll be taken over. We got West Point Mamba, the heavyweights. We got KE, one of the heavyweights. We got obviously FOD, one of the heavyweights playing this round too.
My.
So they have a lot more to worry in this round. But Aaron, no, somebody gotta check his license.
Oh man, I don't know. It feels like Aaron's tire might be flat out just now, because it was like, never mind, Sonic's doing the same thing here. That might be the cliff of death for most of the players. Everybody happens to be flying cars over this area. Well, TX, they are rotating as fast as they can, hop onto a different compound entirely to loot themselves, to build up their gears. I do have Sin. I think Sin is having a bit of a difficulty to find himself vehicles. We have looking over Sin for quite some time. None of them are driving anything just yet.
Yeah. But I guess it will be okay for Sin. Looking at the current condition, oh, they have a vehicle. So that's okay. That's a good start. They'll probably be able to find something on the outside. So that's okay. But for Nang... But it's Los Leones anyway. Los Leones is big enough to share. We've seen this time and time again. The most we have seen is 3 teams sharing Los Leones, and it's still okay.
We've seen up to 4. We've seen up to 4 even one time, right? There are sometimes like a unconventional drop for some teams. They're dropping, just sharing. But like you mentioned, it's enough, more than enough actually, to occupy 3 teams. So I think it's pretty normal to have Los Leones more than 2 teams to occupy there. But side of YG, they're trying to take themselves the high grounds. I'm not sure if they have enough. They do have enough when it comes to their utilities, as they try to park themselves in a place where they can farm eliminations. But I'm not expecting any sort of a fight when it comes to the first 2 circles because of how the flight path was just now. We do know for a fact the flight path really generous for the players to drop anywhere they fancy, and kind of hard for you to actually have a clash unless the circle happens to be hard shifting all the way. Then it's a different story.
Yeah. But since we have the Northern Circle, speaking about hard shifting, oh, might as well the circle just goes all the way north, right? That'll be kind of fun. Yeah. It's not like your conventional circle and it moves towards slightly in the middle of the map. Yeah. We like those fun circles. Just go all the way north. I know it won't go to Oasis, but if it's somewhere up there, I think that's fine. I think that's going to be interesting for us.
Yeah, I mean, like, Oasis is a bit of a too much for us to ask, but if it happens, it's going to be one of the best day ever. We're going to sit on the desk here today. Ozja, Lorenzo and DZ lurking around just on the outskirts of Power Grid. You do have SKR coming out from the blue zone. Now, SKR, surprisingly enough, because of how they were being caught up in so many fights early on when forcing themselves too much, they're taking it a bit later when it comes to Myanmar. Maybe one of the many reasons of the circle anyways, because the circle quite far from where they used to drop. So they might as well go with the flow, you know. Sometimes when you're too far from the circle, just take your own time to loot. Don't rush yourself into the circle because it's not worth it, because the time wasted for you to actually push into the circle can actually be invested into getting your loot to be properly equipped.
Yeah, it is common for teams to move it a little bit later inside of Miramar. We've seen that a lot. But I think there was one time we saw like really a lot for the wildcards. So it's interesting looking at that strategy. Slightly different. But some of the country PMPLs is like maybe you get like 2 or 3 at most, and then the rest of them they try to focus on getting the circle fairly early. But for wildcard, we noticed that what I noticed is that a lot of teams like to go in a little bit slower than usual. Oh, I'm liking Panda. They're coming in from the north. I'm not too sure where their rotation went, but they slid themselves up to the north. Cambodia, perfect entry because majority of the teams, like what we saw on the map, comes in from the south or from the left side. So they're pretty much on the clear.
Yep, SP. That's what I mentioned earlier. That they might actually have this in the back as well because it's so similar like their rotation the previous map of Wrangle. They got themselves in a sweet spot where they don't have to actually rotate as far as the other teams. They got themselves Campo Militar and they're already almost nearby the circle anyway. And the circle just shifted again, but still on the northern side around Chris Deville. And also we saw how many teams coming up from the southern part on the west and also on the southern side. Now, moving into only one direction, I have a feeling only few teams will make it into the northern circle here because I have a feeling around 8 teams on the west and now 8 teams on the southern part. Maybe less than that, like 5 and 5 happen to clash. One of it is going to be Vipers early on with West Point Mamba, possibly.
But despite describing those clashes, right, this is so far the most harmonious map of all. Right? Like before this, there will always be that first blood, but now it's like, second stage, everyone's just chilling.
I think one of the main reasons is because of Light Path in the first place. It's just equally splitting the map into 2 parts. And it's not a straight line, it's just a bit, you know, how do I say it? Slanted.
Yeah, a little bit slanted. I noticed that Burmese goes in every map, they always tank out the blue and come in way, way later. I guess the results tell the tale for itself that it's not really working out for them. So I guess if they were to change something for next week, perhaps there's something that they can look at.
Yeah, maybe just not taking too much the blue zone, especially if you don't have enough health utilities. That's the case for them. Lucky enough, nobody actually gatekeeping them where they came from. If not, they'll be shot down easily like that. But we have looking over YG versus FVE here with G-Lab around the corner. Now, the moment they open fire, G-Lab will just hover their vision towards this side. Just shift it over towards the side of FVE versus the YG if that happens. So far, nothing happening yet. Like you mentioned, a very harmonious start. Even up to the second circle. We're down to 20 more seconds before the blue shrinks even further more. But we do have another team coming in very late, including Axis here.
Yeah, Axis as well. It seems to be the trend for the bottom teams. But now looks like we're getting a little bit of action. Astro X being knocked down. Not out yet. And they seem to be within the circle. It could be a long range, not sure. But speaking about the circle, it's going to be a kind circle. It moved down south. But we already hear gunfire onto YG.
G-Lab taking a bit of fight against YG. Like I mentioned before, YG didn't pick the fight against FVE, but it's going to be the one in the front. Osja Esports and Dragon will push forward to just take it a fight against WT head on. We do see Romeo Boy on the other end. Newbie and Scardy taking on the flank side, playing around the terrain as X-Kai reposition himself on a better view with elevations. WT in and all heal. There goes one more. What a perfect unison of communication between the G-Lab players.
Oh yeah, G-Lab, YG going up against each other. We can see that Romeo is on the outside. At the same time, Vampire's DJ goes down. WT confirmed out by Dragon. And another fight's happening here, so it's going to be Vipers.
Osja, DJ cannot be safe at all, and Vipers realize that it's not worth investing anymore. FOD taking a fight against Axis. All of a sudden, suddenly 16 fighting against each other. Easy, have to climb uphill to actually take down on Axis, but Nang makes sure that he got himself the view that they needed as a support fire. Kai taking out on Romeo Boy with a splat.
Ooh, that's where, well, the memes always come out. Romeo must die, they say. But no teams out just yet, but we may see one soon. As Axis tries to get into the compound, they'll be on the clear, but YG fighting back. But fortunately, valiant effort for them. YG out without any point.
Just happened to be rotating in the middle of so many teams and being shot down early. Nang moving to a sort of Axis. Virgil and Baby only left 2 players coming from Axis. They already have a hard week, entire week. Now there's Easy, prepare with the DBS. The others are cooking up the nade to toss over. They try to flush out Virgil, and Baby really low right now. As Easy driving up to help his teammate coming up from the flank side. Baby screaming for help, but Virgil can't do a thing about it.
Ooh, yeah. It's too bad. But look at this. Everyone's waiting for the right moment. Baby super duper low. 1 tick of health left. But Baby fighting back. Take it out, John. But with that 1 tick of health, there's nothing much that she can do. And Axis is out. And that also means, if you gotta think about it, 9 points difference with SP. SP still in it with the full squad. They could overtake Axis in this round.
Yeah, they might just have and can. It's not that far apart. It's just 9-point difference. And they still survive. As long as they got themselves a top 5 without elimination, it's more than enough to push themselves forward. But I don't think that they will sit things quietly based on how their performance on the last map. Anyways, TX Sonic heard the gunshot come out from PBE versus SKR. And SKR start hunting down. The moment they shift over to circle number 3 and 4, the great migration happens. Then this is also where SKR start to move and run and gun. Now, they will not try to be as hasty as before, as Yahiko holding himself back. But Ranked spot out Sin, while the one that actually eyeing them out, well, so many teams here, TX wants a bit of PBE as well.
PBE down. But they're kind of far away, so that's okay. But TX needs to move. Zone's closing in behind them. They move over to Burmese goals. West Point Mamba, just right in front of them. Burmese goals on the outside of the circle. They still have their vehicles smoking up. They will plan their move right now while MH provides cover fire.
But it's just so hard for MH to see it across this hill due to the terrain right now. They heard the gunfire shot coming up from Sin. Distracted at the time being. SKR Marcus being shot down by Holy Lanju from afar. BG, are they committed to cut across West Point Mamba? They're taking a bit of a U-turn there. But Irma's waiting at the other end. That's so smart coming up from WPM. Sin moving forward to SKR. The other person going forward side of PBE. But TX, SKR stuck in between again. Down to only 2 players. This is happening for SKR once more.
Ooh, Sin caught together with SKR. Not the team that you want to get caught out with. But West Point Mamba is kind of busy as well. Burmese goes moving in as a full squad. West Point Mamba have 2 players on the hill. But they're moving on to Irmas. Irmas goes down, but on the high ground. MH will be traded back.
Here come Fedrolas and Michi giving extra hand to a side of Irmas. BG, May, Amura. They need to finish off Irmas, but they need to hop out from that window. The more they hop out, Edward tries to actually open up space for the rest of the team of Burmese goal. Giving a bit of a warning shot. Edward finish off Irma straight away. They secure and translate into 1 point. Edward pushing forward. He's trying to find on 1 towards the side of West Point Mamba. He actually missed 1 right across it. But Amura making sure windows covered. This is going to be a BG coming back into this tournament.
Oh, Edward 1v1, but Edward is just too low. He will go down first. But his teammates are still around. Amura, the last man standing. Can he pull over clutch here? But at the same time, FOD has arrived. FOD going to be the third party. They can collect points for this fight.
Oh boy, both teams are dying for BG and West Point Mamba. Burn down! Mix! And finish off quite early for West Point Mamba as FOD cleaning up the floor clean. As housekeeping, none will be revived. Easy will hunt down Amura later on, but FOD, they still have 4-man squad and the whole cavalry has arrived. DBS prepared in Amura's hand. John and Easy will cook up Nate and try to flush him out first.
Oh, Amura with the DBS. We all know how wonders can happen with a DBS. Let's see if he can pull this off. No first aids left. He's depending on 9 bandages. He has 2 nades, 4 smokes. The nade will not connect onto Amura. Amura falls back just to reset, reload, getting ready because he knows there's a full squad right in front of him.
Reload took forever, but here comes the corner.
Yes!
Didn't even open fire. FOD is just way too fast for him. What a play from FOD. Taking the gunfire down as their compass to actually move forward. SP this time again, they got the circle cloud in the center of it, but TX Sonic will save his mate before fighting against PB another round with Sin as a third party as well.
Ooh, SP right smack in the middle of it. The number 20 team. And with that, That could be their opportunity to overtake Axis. Axis is now shivering looking at this game. And G-Lab coming over towards Falcon. Falcon as a full squad going up against G-Lab. Full squad as well. The nade will be caught up by Dragon. Toss on to the other side. 2 nades toss at the same time. The nade, will it connect? No, they will not.
Kai and Dragon, newbie, cooking up. Tried to toss around Falcon. Andrew hit quite a bit. Chandler is too low! Oh! Bleeding out, now knocked down, but Scotty coming up from behind. This is perfect execution coming from G-Lab. Look at the formation coming in. Kai pushing forward, but there's going to be double play coming up from them. They spot out Falcon the other end. G-Lab, extra cautious, tiptoeing to his tail victims there. Falcon being shooed away with a warning shot. They got knocked down. Down to only Goblin left. Look at how they are so aggressive pushing forward. They are hunting down Goblin like there's no tomorrow from G-Lab.
Oh, it's not a witch hunt. It's a Goblin hunt now. Goblin last man standing. And Goblin unfortunately not able to withstand the wrath of G-Lab and he'll be out. That means Falcon is out as well.
FOD, G-Lab dominating when it comes to the scoreboard. With Sin taking away 5 elimination, but 8 on G-Lab. We've never seen this side of G-Lab for a long time. Now they're going in full force. FVE taking on TX, who's been quiet all this while, suddenly being bombarded again, another go. Sin PBA TX, this has been going on as three-way war forever. But FOD, they're still at number 1 point and number 1 rank with that elimination points and keep it going.
Ooh, okay. Long range from Holy Lanju onto Raimon. But it will not connect. They're still in the circle, so they'll be fine. More like warning shots in scene. One vehicle smoked up. Not good news for them. SP, however, still nice and steady in the middle. But FOD finishing off Vipers. Vipers, no points in round number 4.
5th phase of the circle. We're down to 9 teams. KE, they try to just battle it out with Osja Esports. But things not working out quite right for them with only slopes of field to work with. At the edge of a circle, they have to cut across Osja no matter what. They can't actually go for the left or right side. There's not much room to play with. G-Lab still taking on at VE. G-Lab is on a steamroll. They keep it rolling and keep it going.
Ooh, Dragon. Gotta get away. Looks like they'll be surrounded. They're trying to corner G-Lab. G-Lab seems to be in trouble, but then again, a blessing in disguise. Another team on the other side putting pressure. Now G-Lab could get away with this, but unfortunately that might not be the case as John goes down. Joseph moving in to save his teammate. While we look at the circle, SP should have the next circle, and yes, they have, right in the middle of it.
Switch point really switching things up with the rotations there. We have to give it a go for them and taking a credit away with that sort of a circle. They have been taking so many good circles the past 2 games there. FOD! But with Osja versus G-Lab, that nade trade really hurts quite a number on G-Lab. Down to Dragon left. Trying to clutch again. Astra and Skyne in here. Dragon with that shack. Try to make miraculous play against 4 players of Osja who's cornered him so much.
Dragon?
But Dragon whipped it so well just now. My goodness, G-Lab, they were run and gone, but finish it off with 8 plays in their hands with 9 elimination points.
If only Dragon didn't miss those first few shots, he might have clutched it 1v2. But that happened to be the case. Now we move over to Easy, tossing nades onto their opponent. Buying time for his teammates to reset. But at the same time, KE is not going to make this easy for them. KE raining down the nades of their own. Nade after nade after nade. One of which should land onto FOD. FOD seems to be in trouble. They're all on the other side of the circle. Boyshon is starting to move in to get to his teammate at the forefront. They're going to go in, all guns blazing. Boyshon going up to the high ground. Looking at the high ground. Easy goes down. Boyshon the last man standing. Can he put on a clutch here? Boyshon goes behind. He gets 1. Can he get 2? No, he can't. Boyshon will be out. KE at number 7. 2
It
eliminations.
was already a genius move coming out from Boyshon, coming out from behind just now from the flank side, but it's just not enough space for him as too many players hovering around. But we're not done and dusted there. Sin finally start to move against PBE. It is the longest 3-way war we've been witnessing since the start for a couple of, I think 3 circles or 3 stages by now. But Moy finally spot out PBE, but it's not enough. Goo up on the ground, bleeding. It's going to be last play of Moy, finish it off. By the side of PBE, what a close game between PBE and also Sin just now. But SP, they have been sitting quietly in the center from the past 5 stages before.
They have been chilling. I mean, just look at this. No elimination points. No one is able to come close to them because everyone's just so busy with their own matters at the rim of the circle. Just like what TX and also Austria and PBE. Right now, 3 teams together.
So many players still remains there when it comes to the 5 teams. Most of them having a fall. TX1 knocked down. They tried to revive him, Aaron, at the same time. Sonic pushed forward, opened out space with Scar L, but not enough. As DZ coming up from Osja, shot him down straight away. 2 bleeding out. Hang is on the front. And Zen is just too far to give an extra hand. This is going to be bonus point for Osja. PBE didn't spot out Zen just yet. But Osja, with a duo, they go in. What a strong duo coming out from Skynin and DZ. Astra giving support fire as well, but Zen spotted out by the side of Osja, not even giving any mercy shown from the side of Osja. Esports from the side of TX. PBE getting in the way as well between these 2 teams.
Just push it, they say. But no need to push for SP as they still have the blessing of the circle. Austria, they know that someone's in the compound, but look at this compound. How are you going to get through it? You need to drive straight. But with 4 players for SP, they can cover multiple angles. This is the key compound for now for them to secure the chicken dinner. And if they can, there will be the next team at second page to get a chicken dinner.
At a switch point, they can just chill again, like how they did in last round. All they need is just wait for these players to push in because they are in the center of the circle. Osja, Astro, so low right now. DZ trying to actually build this one now, but Astro need a bit of more space to reset. They're going to hop into the buggy in case they need to because they are none of these teams actually inside of a circle. Zen is the furthest away. He has to cut across either Osja, but never mind. Taken about by the side of Astro coming up from Osja Esports. Now we're down to 4 with PBE having 3 men standing on the lower ground with Blue closing in, pressuring them. Osja and PBE exchanging fires. Ranked almost being knocked down entirely. But the Blue zone clear, just closing in. Ranked just dropped whatever he has towards his teammate. He know he won't survive in the next one. Just giving his away his utilities for his friends to actually use it. PBE down to Cool and Raimon. But at speed, they're still sitting this quietly.
Yeah, just look at what difficult moments the other teams have. If they want to get onto SP, there's just so much space in between. And now SP might take out easy because he's all alone in the compound. Jazz on the other hand, still playing by the middle of the circle, trying to stop the other teams from coming in. Jazz themselves will need to plan the next move because the next middle circle might not favor them. While SP still sitting tight, but they need to deal with Easy. Easy is currently down, I believe, so that's okay. That's all done with. But Jazz getting closer and closer to SP.
SP have to stop taking fires or just shoot out right now. If not, they'll be cornered by all the teams at the same time. They're gonna get stuck in between this crossfire. FOD will be a first target there, the nearest to the side of SP. On the side of Osja Esports, they are closing in slowly but surely. Look at how Astra advancing to the side of Jigsaw and Poli. I'm not sure where Jigsaw and Poli is lurking or hovering right now, but definitely on the side of Angle of Astro. But Panda! Take it on FOD easy! Not as easy as it sounds, but the perfect name, making so much space for SP. But Astro, look at how Astro closing in. On the side of Osja. Poli couldn't hold that angle by himself. The bait, can he actually do it by SP? Slowly dying to the side in the hands of Osja Esports. Skyny make away. He squeezes into his lair. And Osja might take reign on where SP stands there.
Oh no, SP falling apart where they had the key compound, where they had the full squad. Now they're down to the last 2 men. 2 of them down. Not able to save because they're on the other building. Jazz managed to come in. Jazz has infiltrated. Ransom will be the one to take on Jigsaw. And now Polly together with Panda. Looks like they will try to save each other. No, they can't. Yes, they can. Panda, but no time. Panda will be taken down. Now SP down to the last man.
Down, leaving Dabe alone in the very small house. Renza, Skynin and DZ, they've taken over this compound from the hands of SP. And this is a prime spot that they need for Osja. They didn't hesitate for a moment, not overthinking about pushing forward and leaving SP down to 1 player with PB eliminated from the outskirts. FOD with 2 men to work across the side of Osja. Feels like Osja really worked their hard guns through this. They worked hard just to get that compound and well worth it.
Oh yeah, they definitely worked their socks off. And now with this compound, it will be a key area for Austria. But then again, the next circle will close entirely. And with that, Austria being in the middle of the circle, but of course together with Ade, as well as FOD, all them fairly equal. Maybe except for FOD because they're by the rim of the circle. Austria securing this position, trying to open up, trying to find good angles. And now, 5 seconds, and that will be the grand finale.
Oh, Skyny spotted out Dumpy. This is not great news. Skyny giving away the information. That's it for SP. They got it at first, but they lose it. They are letting it away, slipping their fingers away from that spot just now, and letting it in for Austria Esports. Now Austria down to 4v2. The odds are, I mean, like FOD really down when it comes to the numbers of firepower, but Austria is not slowing down at all. Ting on Nang feels like Austria, there's no way of losing this at all.
Oh yeah, there's no way they're gonna drop the ball. On top of that, they already got 16 elimination points. It's gonna be 18 for them when they manage to secure these last 2 elimination points. Winner chicken dinner for Austria. And Austria with 18 elimination points. This is the highest elimination so far that we have seen in the wildcard.
That's a shame. I mean, like, SP, they're too conservative. Too much of overthinking. They should have fired against Austria the moment they tried to move forward, or even on the side of FOD. They got everything, their conditions all tick the boxes already to win. But they were too hesitant to make a move, and Austria took advantage of it. There was a nice entry coming out from the side of Astro at first, opening up the space, taking down Paulie coming out from SP. Open up the space and the opportunity of window for them to squeeze in, and Skynin just rush in. What a team composition coming out from Austria Esports. I have to give this team such a huge respect of how bold they took the fight head on just now.
Yeah, I totally agree, not gonna lie. They went against the odds to secure that compound, and the moment they did that, I can say that that's pretty much it. Austria already got the chicken dinner. Astro X! This man is a legend. Used to be with Orange Esports. 4 elimination points, the MVP for this round. Almost getting himself 1000 damage, 986, only 14 damage shy away. 24% team contribution, 402 damage taken. Did a lot of work in this round.
I still, it baffled, it just mind-boggling. The fact that, you know, SP should have started it, but they were too reluctant about their decision making. And Austria is the type of a team that you don't want to give them that advantage. And Austria, I have to give them, like, wow, what a shot calling from the IGL to actually force that rush. They worked so hard to get a compound, and their formation, the way they enclose the space there, making sure there's no loose ends. It was so perfectly well done. What a clean execution. As 4 members alive till the end now.
Oh yeah, and that also means that they did not drop any points to any other team. So it's a perfect scenario for Austria. I mean, how can you complain? It's the chicken dinner with the most eliminations so far. Clean win. No one got eliminated. 28 total points is what they got. Wow, but FOD. Wait a second. 15 eliminations. Wow.
They ended up with a duo just now for quite some time for FOD. They had 4 men, and I think they start with quite a long run with only 3 players for FOD, but they came through like a bulldoze. Like, there's 2 angle of bulldoze there. We have Austria coming up from the down south and FOD coming up from the north, and they just ham everybody in between. But G Lab, I'm loving how they perform this time as well. Even though their rank position is not as much as the others, but 9 elimination, this is a huge step up coming out from the Philippines of G Lab.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's big as well for G Lab. Not gonna lie about that. 9 eliminations. And again, time and time again, we see how important elimination points are in this current new format. We have 4 teams not getting anything at all. It's also very punishing if you go out early.
It's too punishing, really. It just translates to as their overall rankings later on. But when it comes to the overall ranking, we did mention before, FOD now taking up a bit of a stretch here between SKR, who've been multiple times shut down too early on, down to 2 players and finished invisible the entire map. WPM maintain at third spot, at least that's not budging for now, but look at the gap in between. Alja climbing up to the top 6 with only 3 points shy to 5th place.
Oh, not to mention as well, FOD finally back at their throne with 186 points. So that is an 18-point difference with SKR. But now we move over to page number 2. So Axis still maintains at number 19. SP 3 points difference. One round could make that difference and they could be overtaken. So they have to be really, really careful next. You don't want to be the number 20 team.
That's true. And speaking of SP, right, we have to give credit for this team. They came in late. They came in so late, but they can play catch up here when it comes to the other teams. If you guys have no clue what's happening, then you guys should follow our socials. But Switch Point, this shows how much of a caliber they can offer. If they have been playing from the start, they are not in the 20th spot at all. I have a feeling when it comes to week 2, they will shine one of the brightest team out there.
Yeah, they might. I mean, because before we start week 2, right, you have like 2 days of off day. That's where you can like revisit, review back your VODs. You can retrain, you can replan again, and things might really change.
Yep, but for when it comes to week number 1, we have one more map to go. But before we entering our last map in our first week, which is going to be back to Myanmar, we're going to have the break for a bit. We need to just refresh ourselves of what happened and see you guys after this.
Wake up.
Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
We're back with the last game of the week. This is the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Together with us, your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful Choo Choo. And what a wonderful day. Has been a lot of surprises.
Yeah, thanks, I'm flattered. But it has been the rise of the teams that actually in the middle bracket. I wouldn't say a second page because we're waiting for the second page to, you know, rise up the occasion, but they always got stuck in between their transition, their migration. But some teams are struggling, but we are not struggling to have these skins for you guys because there's going to be 4 Neo Assassin's Power, which already the series available for you guys in the game right now.
Oh yeah, we got 4 for your collection, so you don't want to miss out on this. You never know if it's coming back. And get them, make them permanent, put them as part of your inventory, show it off to your friends, and create content with them.
And also the silver gurus. I saw just now the silver gurus sort of having the levels. I think if you want to get the max, how the cosmetics displaying in the M416 right now, there's levels for you to actually upgrade it. So good luck, have fun upgrading up to the max level and show us in your contents later on because you want to see if there's any animation. How great the animation will be when you get it in the kill feed.
But Bruce Lee joins us together with the rest of the skins. So PUBG M X Bruce Lee, put on the hashtag there and get in onto this new event that's currently happening. Martial Showdown for a limited amount of time, so you don't want to miss out on this. Of course, Bruce Lee, the master himself, legendary, and a lot of action stars, they actually get inspiration for him. So what a guy he is.
Yeah, he's what you call GOAT, right? The GOAT. Greatest of all time. And also don't forget to follow us on all our social medias, which are going to be our Facebook,
But here
YouTube.
we have it.
Yep.
We have the pages that you should follow. So don't forget the fan page, PUBG Mobile MM, PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports, PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile My. Those are in Facebook, and the rest in TikTok as well as YouTube.
Yep, and also don't forget that we're down to only our last map of today, which is going to be no
But
Group
we
B.
will also be having our final match inside. Miramar, ACDE will be the groups that will be playing. That means there will be Group B that will be taking a bow for today. So it's going to be Phantom Reapers SP, SKR Equal, Austria Esports, and Vipers Clan will be taking a break for the rest of the day, and they will be planning for the next week. And this round, we will be seeing them coming back.
Yeah, but speaking of which, yeah, I mean, like, what a day today. I'm not sure if Clark can hear me. I do hope he can actually hear me. Yes.
Now
okay.
I do.
Okay, I was talking to him like he can't hear me. That's the thing about online sometimes, okay? You lost in translation, but it's okay. Now, speaking of the Nats map, we don't have Group B like you mentioned. Switch Point, they got what a day today when it comes to the circles, but it's just a bit of a flunk in the last minute. We don't have SKR, one of the most aggressive team. Austria, who just won themselves, will have to put a hold. That's why they put all out just now, because they're not playing the last map. And Vipers, struggling to keep the boat afloat when it comes to the next Myanmar. What are your predictions since teams that performing just now are not playing in this round?
Well, my predictions. Let's pull it up again. So you got to put the heavyweights, right? West Point Mamba, FOD. You cannot be without them. You pick one, you have to pick the other. But I also want to see Falcon Esports do well. Currently, out of the 3, obviously they are on page number 2, and they have yet to get. Oh, they already got one chicken dinner though. But we want to see like teams on page number 2 do well. Come on, Falcon. It's been a while.
I mean, like, they're not too far off still. It's catchable for them. But I want, for me personally, well, I do hope that we both taking West Point Mamba, not making any bad day for them when it comes to the last map here. Because whenever I call for West Point Mamba, that's where they are not doing so great. But TX, on the other hand, they are ups and downs right now. And APG, for me personally, I want to see them getting even better. We do saw, like, when it comes to the 3rd day, I think 4th day, Shroud has been performing so well, but they kind of under, I don't know, it feels like they are losing their momentum for APG at the moment when it comes to the last day of the first week here.
Yeah, they always get caught out in the past few rounds, especially in the Erangel round. If you remember, they were forced to swim. Their rotation timing was kind of off. They got caught out, got gate capped. So it wasn't the ideal situation. So hopefully with a break earlier on, they'll be able to re-strategize themselves and find the right timing for them to get into the circle next. At least survive up until the final few stages of the game. And I'm sure they can pull it off from there.
It's all down to the timing of rotations, right? So we do know, like, I just don't want to see what happened to H2 or what happened to the other teams as well. It's just the unfortunate series of timing of trying to migrate but happen to be walking into another team by accident. That's what's been happening for the past few games now. But we're gonna head over to our last Mirama of the day of this week and the day number 5. Less than a minute to go, but we haven't got any weird circle. It has been very generous, and even the northern pulled back down to across the world. And I mean, like, come on, circle, give us something entertaining.
Yeah, it's been a nice circle generally, I would say. But there are some challenging ones. But anyway, for specifically onto Mirama, it's been fairly nice. We thought that it would go up north, but no, it pulled back down south, and then it became a regular circle. So hopefully we can see something interesting in the next round. Impala, Lost Eagles, maybe Trailer Park, maybe Oasis. Those are some of the interesting places. But that's our wish list. Let's see if we're granted. Mirama, let's go.
Are you guys ready for our last map of the day of week 1? Day 5, Mirama. Now, we do see a lot of unexpected outcomes when it comes to the last map here, but there's nothing else to lose, and we have a bit of a wonky fly path down towards the south side all day long, from around Chumasera up to the side of Impala. Now, will the circle be on top of Los Leones? Because it's always been like the circle on top of a flight path the entire day. It will be something up north again, just like how we witnessed before.
Way up north could be okay, but we're talking about way up north, alright? Let's make that happen. But speaking about the flight path, this kind of flight path, that means that there are opportunities, or there could be possibilities of teams actually bumping into each other while they try to grab vehicles. So there's something to be careful of. You can see right in the middle, there's G-Lab, there's GE, there's another team in between, so there could be something happening there. But Chumasera, looks like we got 2 teams inside of it.
Oh, one of the main reasons because of this sort of a flight path. Like it or not, they have to clash each other when they want to go to the northern side, but the circle! Oh boy! Well, it is still Los Leones, the majority of the circle is, but if it happens to be an Impala hut shift all the way to the right side, I mean, like, I can take that all day.
Yeah, I can take that all day. I love an Impala circle, so let's see if it goes there. But considering that it's the first circle, it looks like this. Normally, like, from number 1 to number 2, it's kind of centered, so if we kind of cut out, so we slice out a little bit on the side, so we might not get Impala. So we might get a kind circle this time.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully
Fingers
not.
crossed. Hopefully not. But H2O and APG, both team that's in the need of a point, but APG way up there if you compare it with where H2O is. GE, this is a team that right now is doing a lot of hunting mode on their side. They got themselves one vehicle. Still the start. Hopefully they don't clash with another team because that's going to be too risky. We're having all 4 men starting into a can of a vehicle. But TX, now, TX, it feels like a bit questionable sometimes when they reposition themselves to got certain compound, right? They're a bit too far from each other. But H2O and the kid feels like a bit of a greeting. No first contact yet, but feels like the kid really wants to go for it.
Oh, Toki and the kid. Showdown moment 1v1. The rest of the teammates are elsewhere. But the kid looks like he has no weapons. That's why he's like falling back. So we won't see a 1v1. Too bad.
It's like, nope, never mind. Hello, bye. That's it. It was so close because they're just a wall in between. Surprisingly. I'm surprised the fact that Toki is not shooting against the kid just now. He got himself the weapon that he needed. But KE is back here this time. I'm looking for KE, how much elimination they can actually get. If you compare with FOD, now KE, can they overthrow FOD in last minute? It might be taking them a bit more than their usual elimination if they want to overtake FOD. It's quite a gap in between them.
Well, if you're interested in KE's eliminations, I'm interested in GE. They have been monster. They've been a monster today. And in the previous round, they weren't playing. If you remember the previous round, they weren't playing. Everything was nice and harmony. So I don't know if anything would change here. It was nice and harmony until the stage 3 circle. So let's see how long harmony will last.
I don't think it will last that long. I have a feeling when you have GE at this caliber playing, and you have KE playing, you also have West Point Mamba. Lucky we don't have SKR this time. If not, it will be so messy in the first few rounds because these guys love to fight all day long. But Toki, he finally squeezed into where APG is at. I'm not sure where the kid now. T-Ven Need actually might just build this one out after they finish off their looting. But I'm not sure where are the rest of H2O. They're quite far apart from each other, with Toki the only one on the elevations on the high ground. The rest of them still on the lower grounds looting up their gears. APG, they are not here to stay anyway, but Need! Toki finally makes some action for us.
Wow. See? I think we kind of predicted it, right? Like this round, nah, it's not going to be nice and harmony. Something's going to happen. So Toki opened it up. But he has yet to secure the elimination point, so not yet for H2O. Oh, but he has. Okay, so that's going to be the first blood for Toki and for H2O as well. Now, with that opening, he has created a pathway for himself to retreat and go somewhere else.
True. At least this is a good start for H2O. The problem is always when they are trying to migrate themselves or their rotations. But when they got themselves a compound, usually they can hold it quite strong enough as their fortress. But Toki moving towards the side of Teve this time. Trying to scout for the kid. But I'm not sure if he knows where Teve is.
Not too sure. But I'm interested in the fact that H2O, they are not going straight up yet. They are playing this very carefully, but they spawn on Shroud. Shroud trying to get away. Zooming out of sight. He's clear now.
Not so clear yet. Still climbing up the hills. But lucky enough, they whiffed it so much from the side of H2O. Didn't clip any of Shroud. That DBS won't work that far, Shroud. But switch over to M416. They're going to leave Shroud. Know for a fact that it's too much to invest this early on. It's enough for them. They are grateful for having that one elimination as a start first. BG still lurking around these corners, trying to find anything that can work with. But WPM, I have a feeling Mix is actually hovering around his crosshair in this angle. We do have FOD passing by as well. My oh my. BG, hopefully they don't over-attract unwanted attention. Feels like both teams parting ways from the side of BG, so they're going to be okay for now.
Yeah, they're going to be okay. They're in the circle, so... oh yeah, now that I kind of think about it, right? It's not always that we see Burmese goals coming into the circle fast. Looks like they kind of like revisited their strategy and like, okay, let's not play a slow rotation anymore. It hasn't been working out for them for some reason. and they just go straight in. But for Sonic, going straight back to the lobby.
Yep. It's going to be Devon leading the top, and Kaio's actually the front line for the team. Sort of TX, they just got themselves some momentum to keep it going, but Aaron's quite too low for them to actually keep it going. Jen might be the one that actually be garnered as a point here if he's not leaving the compound anytime soon. Sean is shooing away. Just make sure that Aaron and Hank cannot give extra hand or help to the side of Jen. Here comes the whole cavalry. It's going to be nerve-wracking to be Zen right now. Painful to be at the receiving end. Kaya tried to scout for him around the corner. They are checking every room possible.
Well, looks like it's not going to be a Zen moment for him as he goes down. Now he can have his Zen moment in the lobby. But that also means that TX is down to 2 men. And that's your prediction, just say it.
Yep. It's always mine that's going to go downhill. I feel bad for them. TX just got things going. It's still the first circle, by the way. It's not even entering the second phase of it, where he lost so much on the side. What a toll taken on the side of TX side. West Point Mamba now each have a 1 elimination, but he got tapped out quite far from another team there. I'm not sure if it's coming out from BG, but it's going to be Impala Circle for sure this time.
Yay! Okay. Wish list there. Alright. Let's see if it zooms in onto Impala. Hopefully it doesn't go anywhere else. Then we'll get something different at least. Now West Point Mamba, they are, I believe they are on the outside. That's why they're on the move. If not, they'll be chilling. But Axis, okay. So Axis, let's see. The fact that SP isn't playing this round, so Axis will, whatever it is, they will still be at least minimum number 19. So that's a little bit of a relief. But of course, they want to try to widen the gap.
Yep, for Axis, the moment each point is not playing, they need to have whatever they can for this round. West Point Mamba, they're chasing the tails of Axis for quite a long time. So committed. Commitment given to a side of Axis. Oh, Mix not showing any mercy. Baby, lucky enough, she got herself this minivan with the tanker's 2000 HP on that vehicle. Managed to flee away from the scene where there's so much pressure on the side of West Point Mamba given to a side of Axis. But Baby still knocked down. There's going to be the other team, FVE, on the other end waiting. While PBE taking a fight against Enigma, Koopa just going to finish off. Cool and Ranked. There's no way out. Splat, maybe. Within the smoke. Koopa just going to get an extra 2 bonus point here. Not breaking a sweat at all.
Yeah, coming in doing his Copa Gangnam Style. Taking them out. But a little bit of worry for that one Enigma player on top. I think he's safe right now. But not safe for Joseph! As he's been run over by boy Sean.
Sean might reap what he sowed just now. FOD climbing down the high horses. Azizi giving support fire from the back line. Devon and Kaya might have to bleed out. Devon, always the one that actually going for front line. Boy Sean make a big U-turn. The top trying to give extra support from the back line, but I don't think that's going to work. This might be digging their own grave. If they try to save Devon, that's it. It's going to be the end for KE if they don't be careful about this. FOD pushing forward. Look at how easy just go from the back line. Spotted out the rest of KE. Devon at the top. Risking their life. The top still saving Devon, but back on his knees.
Oh, so Boy Sean was kind of busy with Sando earlier on, but now the top is going to be the one at the forefront. Now he'll be gunned down as well. But John, wait a second. YG's behind it. A nade lands on John, and John goes down in the blue. No way for FOD to save him.
YG leaving the crime of scene by bailing out, knocking down on John. Just leave it be. Sando is bleeding out as well. Boy Sean healing himself up. FOD trying to finish off Sando straight head on. Easy trying to scout out the last member of KE remaining. But Boy Sean knows better. He's just gonna sit this one out. Nung is not happy about this. They're still tanking out the blues and committed so much just to finish off one team. But Romeo Boy taking the advantage from another angle entirely.
Wow, where is Romeo Boy? Oh, that far? My goodness, he could land that shot. But a low-key going in all alone. 1v2, it could be the scenario. Low-key jumps down, but he took a little bit of a damage there. Forces himself to use a first aid. And with that, there's time for FOD to reset. And now Romeo coming from the other angle, but there's like 3 teams in the same area, Choo, and they're all tanking out the blue.
It's not gonna be that less of a pain now as we're hopping onto the stage 3 circle. Oh! Loki, what a nade coming up! Taking 2 down with Nung as well! What a play from Loki! He was so stylish with it, jumping down from the vehicle, hit him in quite hard, but still taking it in style against FOD, who overcommitted himself for KE at first. But Loki, just gonna translate into a point, straight driver in the face. Oh man, what a play by Loki.
And GE is the one eliminated, the team that has been ranking out a lot of elimination points today. This is a total disaster for GE, a very different one. Looks like the break didn't favor them, but Boy Sean spots Loki. Boy Sean, he's gonna put the trigger. Loki, be careful! Oh no, Loki! The master of trickster, been tricked by Boy Sean.
Outplayed. Boy Sean has been waiting there forever. Lucky enough, the other players coming out of FOD already leave the scene here. Boy Sean got a clear path to actually translate into 1 point. Loki crying for... That's brutal with that shotgun. 1 tap, that's it, that's done.
Just end it quickly, they say. But, what? Spooky? Copa? What? Vehicle exploded? Wait, what?
Somebody...
What happened to YG? What happened to Enigma?
I feel like somebody gatekeeping them when they're trying to get themselves into the circle here. Then you saw Amir will be actually being visited by G Lab. Entire team of Axis nowhere to be seen. That's gonna be the last member of Axis remaining here. Amir cannot get out. Look at how they flush and force him out. But wait, what? How?
Wait.
Why?
Wait, how? What?
Dragon! Why would you do that to yourself?
I know Dragons breathe fire, but I don't expect him to breathe fire onto himself. What was that? But they kind of saved Amir. They kind of bought him some time. Amir is the last man standing for Axis. Nate tossed out by Amir. The angle is good, but it will not connect. But this Dragon has been picked up by his teammate. Now Amir goes down to the ground floor with the DBS in hand. He managed to get 1 knockdown to Newbie. 2 more left to go. Can he finish out the job? Closes the door. Comes back out. And Amir goes out to the 2nd floor.
I mean, like, if Amir clutched this one, Dragon might be just not smiling anymore. Feels so close now as Amir with the DBS spotted. Oh, we got 1 more! What a play! Amir, he's put out it! He's trying to revive!
Moving in. Close. Oh! Lost the fight against an M24. My goodness, that was so close.
Dragon, what a blunder. It must cost them the entire team taking on that 1 match against Axis Amir. That 1 person that outplayed, outweighted them with the corners. What a play by Axis Amir. But things are not done for H2O versus the side of ABG here. H2O, they've been gone at quite a number of eliminations. They are dominating.
That could have been a clippable moment. But hey, H2O, 5 eliminations already. One of the highest so far, just on par with Enigma. Wow, they're doing really well this round.
They have to keep it going, that's it. Have a bit of confidence, have faith in yourself. How Brucey said it, but QB, take it on PBE. PBE, left, right, and center. Everywhere there's always somebody shoot them down. They're already starting off with only a 2, now remain as a solo player. And that's it, PBE being wiped off the surface of Mirama. They place themselves at 12, with Enigma shutting them down. Now taking out the spot at number 1 for the most elimination in this match. 6 in their pocket for Enigma.
Oof. And the powerhouses went down as well. KE, FOD, now West Point Mamba, together with Enigma, 2 of the big names in this round, still alive. They can still collect points. Let's see how much can they collect. Can they collect enough to take over the number 1 spot? But what happened to Romeo? I have no idea.
Well, they got bombarded earlier with the rest of the teammates, and Romeo managed to survive the last minute, but just too much into the blue zone. I'm not sure if he got no vehicle or just on foot just now, but he definitely finished off by the... Well, FV taking H2O from the back line. Moxie are too busy to go against West Point Mumbai and also FVE. Ranger, on the other hand, focus his teammates. They are segregated amongst themselves for FVE. Everyone got themselves a different corner to guard with.
Ooh, H2O caught on the outside. TX is there. But at least H2O, they're currently in the circle. But another team is lurking behind them. H2O still in full squad, but they need to be careful. They need to be aware of their surroundings. H2O trying to gatekeep TX, but at the same time, they're being watched.
H2O, they are on the roll. They don't want to stop the momentum right here, right now. Turkey taking on Falcon Andrew right across them. But the one creeping in from behind is going to be TX. They have to be extra careful. The slopes over here will buy them time. The nade right in the face of Chico. That's so close. Andrew bleeding out with D2I trying to help him. They have to focus on two sides of H2O. There's no time for relaxing at all. Finish it off straight away. Turkey making an entrance there, but Turkey getting shot down from afar by Goblin on the backside, giving support fire to a side of Falcon.
Oh, this is an opportunity for TX to try and take down H2O. H2O needs to reset. At the same time, the circle moves towards the right. 50% water that we're talking about. APG is currently in the water. But for H2O, what a good start. But unfortunately, they've been sandwiched between two teams that they couldn't survive.
Now leaving TX to fight against Falcon the next one. Goblin managed to revive Andrew. He can actually reassess the situation. FVE spotted out by TX from afar. It's quite a shot between TX just now. But Ranger! Oh man, he's so far in the blue zone, in the high ground as well. Got finished off by Hang. That was nice shot coming out. Nice spray from Hang. Even though he's in the disadvantage when it comes to elevations of the ground, still managed to score that one now. Enigma now walking into Sin place. Moy is quite far from Fig and the rest of the team are too separated. QB spotted out Holy Latin Jew. Spooky giving a bit of a pressure. The receiving end got hurt, but Caps knocked down instead.
Oh, Spooky vehicle under fire. Gotta be careful. Sin, on the other hand, trying to stop Enigma from coming in. But both of them on the losing end because they're on the outside of the circle. Edward goes down to the zone together with May. Burmese goals. Did they spend that much time on the outside?
Well, feels like they love the outside of the circle way more. Too much, actually. That bleeding out, not even having any space to recuperate themselves, having another go, not even getting into the inner side of the circle. They have to crossfire with so many teams here, including West Point Mamba, now fighting against FVE. They are still outside of the circle as well as Moxie and Aries got themselves in the high grounds. BG climbing up from the back line. They do have one buggy there, but I don't think if he can make it on time to climb up Impala. Moxie's put out Michi Aris. Finish off straight in the face there. And Moxie still trying to scout out for Federalis. He couldn't spot things out because of how the structures in between.
Ooh, Moxie, at least he has the high ground. But he does have the circle. He needs to move in. He is the last man standing. He can't afford to jump down. No one's going to be around to save him. Moxie still keeping eyes on the West Point Mamba. But West Point Mamba slipped through. And they will survive.
Enigma still having a go against Sin. Cooper need to reload. They finish off one of a Sin player. I'm not sure why Sin's two separate themselves. Like TX now being eliminated, even though they got a bit of a skirmish and have a bit of a minor win before, but finally have to bow down quite early. G-Lab is around the corner where Sin is actually at right now. I'm not sure if Kai can scat out where Spook and the rest of Enigma are at, but go up Vic and Moy. Just try to make sure everything is clear about where they're at. They are at the edge of the ground and they are on the center as well. But the moment both team G-Lab and Enigma move forward, they have to force themselves fire, like it or not.
Oh, speaking about fire, Moxie got fired by West Point Mamba. That means Flash Vision is eliminated. But now West Point Mamba, they should be on the clear to get into the circle. They have the high ground advantage. But look at where the kid is for ABG's on the other side. Come on, dude. There's no way the circle is going to go there. Come on, let's be real. Now he has to swim back.
Oh man, for MH, he just managed to climb up the Impala hills, which is so high for him to climb up in 90 degrees, very steep hills, mountains of it. I'm not sure if he can actually make it on time to make himself into the circle, as West Point Mamba take the high grounds as well. I'm not sure DBS works at this point, but as long as they got themselves in the high grounds, it's okay. But APG Kid still can make it though, Cloud.
They should be able to. Because we can see that the other teams are kind of busy at the high ground. So he should have an opening. Unless if Sin spots him out. Now G-Lab, they have the high ground. Ooh, look at this. So it looks like West Point Mamba is going towards G-Lab. They should be interested to take over this compound. Because it's in the circle, it's going to be a prime position to get with the high ground.
Thing is how to force himself into there. West Point Mamba trying to find a loophole. Newbie tapping it up on across them. As West Point Mamba breathing down their necks. Newbie have to be extra careful not to exploit his own position by that tapping just now. It definitely gives away too much information to the side of West Point Mamba. Dragon, now extra careful. We do have MH behind them as well. He might backstab them all the way. Who would have thought? MH still got this in the back. I mean, like, he can actually win this for the team. A Newbie giving away too much information. Federalists definitely want to scout things out on the side of Game Lab just now.
Enigma still on the outside. Only one vehicle, one buggy won't cut it at this point. And now we can see that Burmese Ghost somehow still survives, but MH still need to make his way into the circle. At the same time, Dragon goes down. West Point Mamba may lose Meek as well if he's not careful enough. QB takes him down. And Michi is coming in. They are coming in onto the compound. It's going to be Newbie trying to stop Michi. Michi takes a nade. Newbie prepping up another one. 2v1. We're talking about here. Mix goes down to Koopa. Michi on top of Newbies. And Newbies goes down.
Thing is, this is going to be a three-way war because West Point Mamba, they need to focus on Enigma as well. And Enigma have their eyes onto them. And they are racking up the number with 8 eliminations by far. Sin taking on Spooky. They didn't realize there's another team coming up from a flank side. Big! QB! Oh my goodness me. They were on the steamroll. Koopa is down as well. Enigma! Nowhere to be seen. They're being eliminated at 6th place with 8 eliminations. While West Point Mamba lives another day thanks to the side of Sin just now.
And on top of that, they have the compound that's on top of this hill. And Mitch, however, is not in a good position. He could be taken out by the zone now. One heal. Managed to save him. Managed to buy him some time. But he still needs to move. Looks like he could be able to clear. Because of this hill, it could give him enough cover.
MH still playing for the positions. Well, why not if he got himself extra? APG on the other hand, just gonna swim all day long. They are Olympians right now, swimming all day. Hopefully Andrew didn't discover them behind it. Shroud and Kit just gonna swim it. Not gonna even have a part of this sort of skirmishes. MH on the other hand can backstab Federalis and Michi and stop their reign when it comes to the high grounds and elevations. They're not even in the center of the circle. The ones actually is going to be Falcon right now. Goblin hunting for more. Slowly climb up the hills there. Same goes for Andrew. They have to cut across WPM. In the meantime, MH is eyeing out for Falcon.
There's still some amount of water though, so APG could still stay in it. I know in Miramar, in Erangel, they showed their swimming skills, but now they're showing it again in Miramar. But the next circle may not have any water at all, so they'll be forced to come out. But by that time, they could get a good placement. But for Burmese Ghost, really playing the ninja.
MH doing his best, while Sin is having a bit of a slippery time at this deep of a hill there. MH, you need to keep it going, brother. He's trying to heal himself.
Stay strong,
I'm not sure he
brother.
can actually... Oh, lucky enough, nobody actually spot him out. I'm not sure about Goblin. Goblin definitely heard the footsteps, right? It's so close. I think that's less than 50 meters apart. I think just around 30 meters in between them.
Well, Goblin is looking on the other side though. Maybe he's distracted by West Point Mamba. MH could slip. No. Okay, Goblin is just by the edge of the circle. So for MH, he needs to win this fight against Goblin. He's prepping on the nade. Could it be a surprise? Nade toss on the Goblin. Could it be the nade?
Oh!
Yo! MH from behind!
Oh, MH! What a mischievous call just now. Andrew, an alert mode. MH giving a bit of a paranoid moment for Andrew not to just focus on West Point Mamba. Oh, finally down. Andrew spot him out. What a play from MH. Climbing all the way up, surviving, even secure himself extra point. But now Sin cornered up to the side of Falcon. APG, I'm not sure, are they still in the water or they already climbed themselves dock up to the hills there? But Moy and the rest of Stin still at the slopes of a hill. They can't see through what's on the other side.
I don't think you can climb out there from the water though. I think everything is too high. Yeah, gotta get a good visual again. But if that's the case, that well, there's still some percentage of water that APG can still play with, and Falcon, they're kind of busy with whatever that's happening on the high ground, and they're busy with Sin as well. APG could just sit this out.
Yeah, they have been sitting this one out. All they can do is just wait right now. But the problem is they can't secure any more elimination points. Michi tried to spot out on Shroud, giving him a bit of elusiveness with that smoke. But Andrew spotted out by Federalis. I think they heard the footsteps just now with that vehicle coming up from Andrew. Federalis has been such an eagle eye. He can spot out everything that moves, and the silhouette can be seen through him. Michi, Moi taking on Chandon, Falcon in trouble. Andrew separated just now. Just gonna keep his eye on to a side of West Point Mamba.
Ooh, now
Blue
he's
zone.
trying to play the ninja role. Oh, Blue Zone is going to put pressure on him for sure. He'll be forced to move. West Point Mamba knows exactly where he is, and 1 minute is all it takes to take him out. And that is it for Falcon.
Now down to Michi and also Federalis to secure things up for that chicken. The problem next is going to be seen with advantage of manpower, Moi and Veek. APG still swimming. Just gonna keep it swimming, man. Federalis, on the other hand, trying to find where are the players of Sin. But it's just too steep from them to just march up there. But Sin got himself the center of the circle. Shroud slowly bleeding out. Kid, spot it out. Grew up, Shroud. Oh my god, this is gonna be extra point for Sin as well. They might get this in the bag.
My goodness, there's no way for him to be revived. Ah, and it is true enough that there's no way for them to go up to the high ground as well or get onto land. So APG gets stuck in the water at this moment. Federales get knocked down by Fig, and that could be an opening for them. They need to finish this fast because this next circle will finish off everyone.
Vic pushing in. He spotted out, and this is it. There's no way Sin is losing anymore. APG just playing around the waters. They are swimming ducks. As Kid, they're trying to find Kid. They want to go for the hunt. They want to take that 1 point. They saw the foot of it. They saw the right hand of a Kid.
That's it.
But Vic have to be extra careful not to slip himself downwards. Go up, just gonna cook up the nade. He saw Kid. There it goes. This is it. Kid still swimming.
Still alive! Okay. I mean, there's no way for him to win this. He will just deny himself to the zone. And Sin is back with another chicken dinner in this campaign for Wildcard. It will be a second chicken dinner so far.
And APG lasted so long. I don't think they have any eliminations. Except for the few fights they had early on, that down to 2 players that forced them to swim. But Sin, after such a hard, challenging day, finally landing themselves the last chicken dinner of the week and getting their momentum right and get everything together in the last minute. What a game just now. Yuan, you mentioned there's no Impala. There is in the last minute, and it's still water. APG, what a luck. They got themselves that circle. If the circle heart shape all the way towards land, there's no way they can be alive right now.
Yeah, there's no way. So, a little bit of a luck there for them to survive up to a second place finish at least. But I doubt they got any elimination points though. But we'll check that out later as we look at Sin FV. Not Flash Vision though. Getting 5 elimination points is the MVP for this round. 820 damage, 40% team contribution. Exactly 100 damage taken. Sin, this will be their second chicken dinner in the campaign. And they just need to find the level of consistency.
Yeah, but for West Point Mamba, I have a feeling they might actually push themselves quite a number this time. Same goes for Enigma, they got secured themselves quite a number of eliminations. One of the highs we saw before, but Falcon, the bane for the team was MH. You have to give it to Burmese score, even though they're not up here. But Burmese score was such a big problem for a Falcon just now.
Yeah, they were. I think that will be his personal highlight though. Coming in the backstab, Falcon didn't know what bit them, and they got surprised, and that was something. If they still maintain the 2 players, maybe they could take the fight against West Point Mamba. But because it was one person, there's nothing much they can do against West Point Mamba.
But West Point Mamba, they had it at first. The hardship will make it so hard for them to actually spot out Sin, and it was really tricky to play around Impala. one of the main reasons of the terrain, the multi-level of terrains and so steep of a hill. The mountains were so steep that if you want to hover around, even you want to land a nade at that point, it feels impossible. The nade will just slide down all the way towards where APG was. So it will not clip on the side of Sin. So in case of West Point Mumbai and also Falcon, it's just so hard to spot out on Sin. Almost impossible.
And here is the total elimination. So Sin with 8. And we have one number 9. And it is true enough that APG did not secure any eliminations at all, bringing them to only 6 points thanks to their rank points. But for H2O, also balancing it out. 6 points without any rank points. They managed to be on par with the second place finishers.
I'm loving how H2O performed this time. It's so aggressive. It's more proactive. It kind of a refreshing time to see H2O just have a bit of a momentum and have a bit of confidence to push out. Because usually we saw H2O just happen to be stuck in a blunder. They're always just missed timing when it comes to their transition. But FOD, well, they maintain a number 1 spot regardless, with SKR second and WPM or West Point Mumbai at the 3rd place. There's quite a gap in between for the 1st and 2nd.
And not only that, FOD opened back a 22-point gap between them and SKR. So that is good work for them. That's worth about 1 round's worth of points, or maybe 1.5, something like that. However, KE still in page number 1. Not doing too bad, I would say. Without a chicken dinner, they're still able to secure a top 5 finish at the end of this week. That's still alright for them.
But the first page barely make it in at 100 point exactly. That's going to be the standard for the first page, because 11 plays only 1 point shy. Plays himself APG, climb up quite high, 11 plays before at 9. I think before it was way worse. But Axis, no point garnered at all when it comes to this round. At least we saw Burmese Gold is stepping up their game here.
Yeah, can you believe it? After Amir did all that, they actually didn't get any points at all. But anyway, here's the weekly bonus ranking. So I think it's pretty obvious by now. It's quite straightforward. Like number 1 to number 20, how many points they got. This is the amount of bonus points they get. FOD obviously get a maximum. SP, however, 1 point. Axis 2 points. So especially teams on page number 2, they need to buck up for next week.
I'm looking for switch point performance in week number 2, really, because came in late. They already got such a good momentum, still just remaining a few days to play, but they're giving such a good effort. So the teams are on second page. I'm not surprised if they suddenly swap over with the side of the first page. But the thing is, for SKR, today has not been their day at all. We know for a fact that nothing works right for them. But also don't forget about GE Cloud. GE today was wow.
Yeah, GE overall as well, except for that last round was a little bit anticlimactic for them, but overall today was great. But anyway, we can't take away from FOD today, our top performers of today, getting themselves back onto the number 1 spot, making sure that they secure 20 points maximum for the week, the bonus points that will be carried forward onto the grand finals later on. So good job, FOD.
Yep, but it's not as dominating as yesterday. They have a bit of alternation. But for our season's MVP race, we have Mix from West Point Mumbai, and Mitch is still maintained up there, with KE still at the 3rd spot for the top. Nang FOD squeezing in a 4th place. Now we might have a bit of a shuffle next week, but we're looking over if the season MVP race can maintain as it is when it comes to week number 2.
Yeah, it will be very interesting next week because they'll have a 2-day break after this. I'm sure some of the teams, they really needed that, and that's where they will re-strategize again. They might retrain a few things, and they might try out something new next week. So let's see if anything changes, especially on the MVP charts, because that will be very interesting. Whoever who's the MVP will definitely seal their name in history.
Yeah, that's one thing. And also we're back towards our leaders when it comes to our week 1. We do have John coming out with 37 elimination of FOD. West Point Mamba Mix at the most damage. We do have Cooper. He's one of the best supports out there with 27 assists.
Ooh, okay. So we have our top ones for each category for now. But this might change next week. So keep your eye on this, boys. John, not only with the mullet, with the nice hair, very recognizable, the top eliminator so far. And yeah, I mean, it's also nice to see like all these stats have different teams, so we have a good variety, a good mix, and that makes for an interesting race towards the end.
Yeah, and also I'm looking forward if suddenly next week we're gonna have also SKR to join in for the leaders. But so far, week 1 has been like this. Week 2, we do know there will be a shuffle between the teams. So there might be chances even the leaders or the MVP race will change as well. So I'm not surprised if that's happened. And when it comes to the entire week of week 1, this definitely will have a bit of revision done by each of the team. But for week 2, we already got ourselves for the groups.
Okay. So Group A is going to be FOD, Flash Vision, APG, SP. Group B is going to be SKR, YG, Vipers, Axis. Group C, West Point Mamba, Sin, G Lab, Burmese Ghost. Group D, Enigma, GE, Falcon, H2O. Group E, KE, OJS, TX, as well as PBE. I need a moment to analyze like which group is group of
I think
for the most interesting group.
For Group D and E, this is going to be a tough one, especially based on their performance today for Falcon and GE and Enigma and H2O. If they step up their match, then that's going to be an interesting group. And Group E, Osja, PBE, and KE. But all these 3 teams is also super aggressive. So
yeah, I would say Group E for me as well. Like KE, OJS doing superb, and then you have PBE that is hyper aggressive. They can be like that wildcard sort of team that suddenly shows up. So I think I would still give it to Group E. Well, this week Group E, next week Group E too.
I mean, like, Group E is a group of 10. For me, it's going to be 2 of those groups, D and E. But it's down to how they're going to set the tone for next week. Because week 1 doesn't reflect week 2. So there might be the underdogs or the teams that actually on the second page suddenly climb up the ranks and surprises us with such an aggressive and out-of-the-box sort of strategy that we never can think of before. Because you know what? Sometimes the circle also plays a big part. We can never be sure of something like that.
Yeah, definitely. The circle probably is the biggest factor in every round. So, but of course, that's the challenge for the teams to actually overcome if they want to be the best of the best, right? But I think we'll be ending the show soon. Before we end, I'd like to shout out to our viewers who have been with us. We got Afran Hakimi, Izzat Tech Bros, we got Zil, Ganji Wolf, we got Noise, we got, let's see here, Ryan Lozano, and all of you, everyone else that is with the chat. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate your audience. It's been fun.
Yeah, and this is none other than Chuchu and Sir Cloud. We're gonna see you guys maybe hopefully in the next week for week number 2. And that is the wrap when it comes to the PMPL SEA Wildcard 2023 Spring. See you guys in the next one. Good night. Bye.